Adventures in Research. The history of science contains frequent examples of the combined efforts of brothers. However, today's story is somewhat unusual, for it deals with identical twins who had identical interests, Francis and Freeland Stanley. This is Paul Shannon bringing you another transcribed story of science produced as a public service in cooperation with the Westinghouse Research Laboratories, and telling you today how two brothers produced one of the sturdiest of all American automobiles, the famous Stanley steamer. If you've ever known a pair of identical twins, you know how difficult it is to tell them apart. Well, back in the year 1856, in the little town of Kingfield, Maine, people had that same trouble with the Stanley twins. Even their schoolteacher had difficulty.
It's like I was saying, Mr. Stanley. In reading, Francis is just a mite better'n Freeland. But in writing, Freeland's a mite better'n Francis. Why, or is it the other way around?
Well, Mr. Hamlin, I guess my boys are more trouble to you than a pack of hornets.
Well,
Now tell me, how are they getting along in arithmetic?
Well, now, in arithmetic, they're about even. Mm-hmm. Last examination, Freeland, he come out about 2 points higher. At least I think it was Freeland.
No, Mr. Hamlin, I'm sorry. It was Francis. He told me.
I declare, Mr. Stanley, I never will get those boys straight in my mind. Just when I think I got Francis all squared away, he turns out to be Freeland.
Well, why don't you try starting in with Freeland?
I did. And he turned out to be Francis. Land of Goshen, I don't see how anybody can get him straight. They're as like as 2 peas in a pod.
And now, you say they're doing well in reading and arithmetic. How's their behavior? I want my boys to be gentlemen, you know. If they give you any trouble...
Oh, Mr. Stanley, they're well-behaved young fellows.
Good.
Of course, every once in a while, one of them will get into mischief, but he wouldn't be a boy if he didn't.
Well, which one is it? I'll take him out to the woodshed and teach him to mind his manners. Which one of them is it?
Well, see, I can't rightly say. If I said one and it turned out to be t'other, why, I'd never forgive myself. And if I said t'other and it turned out to be the first one, that'd be worse.
Well, Mr. Hamlin, I'm going to do you a favor. I'm going to show you how to tell Francis from Freeland, if it's the last thing I do.
Well, glory be. If you do that, I'll thank you till the end of my days. Now tell me, how do you tell them apart?
You start in with Freeland, because when Freeland talks, he wiggles his left eyebrow. Here, let me show you. Freeland! Oh, Freeland! Hey, come here, son.
But, Pa...
There. And now, Freeland, say good evening to teacher.
But, Pa...
Now, come on. Well, what's wrong, boy? Cat got your tongue?
But, Father...
Yes, Freeland?
I'm not Freeland. I'm Francis.
That's the way it was wherever the Stanley twins went. And they went almost everywhere together. First, a boyhood interest in whittling led them to make violins. Later, when Francis devised a formula for a photographic dry plate, the two of them formed the Stanley Dry Plate Company. But it was in 1896 that they discovered their most enduring interest. A wealthy neighbor bought a French steam-driven automobile and invited the Stanley twins to take a look at it.
Well, here she is, boys. Ain't she a beaut? What do you think, Francis?
Gosh almighty.
And how about you, Freeland?
Gee, cracky.
And now, look over here. Here, at the dashboard. Huh?
I'm a-looking, Mr. Edwards. What is that?
Why, there's the speedometer. Tells how fast you're going.
Well, what's all them funny-looking letters say?
Can't read them.
Why not?
Well, they're written in French.
Ain't no good if you're driving in English, is it, Francis?
I'll say tain't. Mr. Edwards, what in tarnation is that Jim Crack over there?
Now, that there's the emergency brake. All you do is pull it back and she stops. Like this. See? Shall I start the motor for you?
Sure. Need any help?
Oh, no. Now, just wait a minute and I'll start her up. All ready?
Let her rip. What's the trouble, Mr. Edwards?
Now, don't fret, boys. Motor's a mite cold.
Sounds all froze up to me.
It ain't you start climbing.
Get her a house blanket.
Oh, she'll start this time, all right. Now, stand clear. Oh, consign this ding-dang machine.
Talk French to her.
Okay, boys. This time does it. 1, 2... well, anyway, that gives you an idea.
Sure does.
Ain't she a humdinger? Ain't she some punkins?
I don't think so.
What, Francis Stanley, you mean to stand there and tell me that... why, she's the latest thing from Paris, France.
It ain't where she's from, Mr. Edwards. It's where she's going. She don't look like she's going no place.
Well, I like that. I suppose you fellas could do better.
Mr. Edwards, you just give me an idea. Me and Freeland can do better. A heap sight better. And we're going to. Ain't we, Freeland?
We are?
Sure we are. Now, what do you think of that?
Oh, gee, cracky.
So the Stanley twins went to work. And finally, they designed a steam-driven car with only 13 moving parts. In its final form, the two-cylinder Stanley engine was geared directly to the differential. To drive this engine, Francis designed a high-pressure boiler of the fire tube type, shaped like a drum, and equipped with a superheating device. Though light in weight, the boiler operated under a pressure of up to 600 pounds per square inch. The fuel used to heat the boiler was kerosene, kept vaporized by a simple device in the burner unit. Finally, there was a condenser, which occupied the same position in the car as the radiator on any ordinary gasoline-driven car. The condenser received the exhaust steam from the engine, condensed it to water, and returned it to the reserve tank to be used again. Yes, it was a proud day for the Stanley twins when a crowd assembled to watch their first demonstration. A crowd that included their old friend, Mr. Edwards.
So this is your Stanley steamer, eh, boys?
Yes, Mr. Edwards. Like to come along on our first spin?
Oh, no, thank you. Yeah, about ready to start, are you?
In a minute. Freeland's giving her a final once-over. Are you ready, Freeland?
Almost. Just want to straighten out this mud guard.
Well, when you're all ready, hop in. I'll drive.
Okay, ready now.
Just a minute, boys. Would you mind explaining to me how your machine works?
Be glad to, Mr. Edwards. Now, see this here?
Yeah.
This is a starting valve. When you open it like I'm doing now, it lets gasoline into the main burner.
Yeah, I see.
Just as soon as the gasoline has heated up the burner, I close this valve and open up that one.
Well, what does that one do?
Lets in kerosene. That's what heats the water in the boiler.
Oh, I see.
Now, as soon as there's enough steam pressure, the car's ready to move. All I do is move this throttle lever forward, like this, and she goes.
Well,
If I want to go faster, I open the throttle wider.
Well, now, suppose you want to go backwards. Can you do that?
Yep. See that left pedal on the floor?
Yeah?
I just push that forward with my foot. And there we are in reverse. That's all there is to it. What do you think?
Well, I don't know, Francis. Sounds all right to hear you tell about it. But you know me, I gotta see it to believe it.
Well, you're going to see it right now. Freeland, how's the pressure in the boiler?
Just about right.
Got your goggles on?
Yep.
Duster all buttoned up?
Yep.
I'm going to open the throttle.
Yep.
Ready? 1, 2. Here we go!
And so the first American steam-driven automobile became a reality. In fact, it was such a reality that in 1899, the Stanleys built 200 machines just like their first one, establishing themselves as the first commercial manufacturers of automobiles in the world. An interesting sidelight also occurred in the year 1899. Just to demonstrate what the Stanley steamer could do, Freeland and his wife drove to the top of Mount Washington in New Hampshire. 10 rugged miles of 12% grade. It took them 2 hours and 10 minutes and became headline news all around the world.
As mayor of this community, let me express the pride we all feel at this great achievement. Ladies and gentlemen, this is indeed an historic occasion, and to commemorate it, I take pleasure in presenting this scroll to the first man in history to drive a horseless carriage to the very top of Mount Washington, Mr. Freeland Stanley. And now we shall have the pleasure of a few words from the guest of honor himself.
Mr. Mayor, I'm mighty happy, but I think I ought to give this scroll to my brother. You see, I'm not Freeland. I'm Francis.
Yes, the old Stanley steamer was quite a car. A car whose essence was simplicity and sturdiness. In 1906, it was the first car in history to reach a speed of 2 miles per minute. And not long ago, a Stanley steamer, which hadn't been driven in more than 20 years, made a trip from Manchester, Maine to New York City without a hitch. You say it was completely reconditioned before the trip? Not at all. The boiler was retubed. That was all it needed. The high standard of excellent workmanship set by Francis and Freeland Stanley did the rest. Today, the United States leads the world in the manufacture of fine automobiles. And while the Stanley steamer did not survive the onslaught of the internal combustion engine, yet America's position of leadership can be traced right back to men like the Stanley twins, those 2 New Englanders who started out by manufacturing violins and ended up by making one of the best early automobiles on the road. Truly, Francis and Freeland Stanley devoted themselves to the future and made of their devotion an enduring adventure in research. And that's today's Adventure in Research, produced in cooperation with the Westinghouse Research Laboratories. These programs are broadcast to Armed Forces personnel overseas through the facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Join us again next week for another transcribed story of science on Adventures in Research.
Suspense. And the producer of radio's outstanding theater of thrills, the master of mystery and adventure, William N. Robeson.
Did you know that the Stanley steamer is the fastest automobile ever made? It is. Theoretically, at least. Nobody ever determined its top speed because it had a tendency to blow up first. All of which is by way of background for the upcoming story of Suspense. Listen. Listen, then, as Mr. John McIntyre stars in The Big Day, which begins 1 minute from now.
I have never read a collection of American folklore which had a section devoted solely to the downtrodden commuter, but there should be. There are legends galore about the miseries of these poor folk. For example, there was this train in Idaho that was a mite slow. Once an impatient passenger asked the conductor why the train had stopped. "There's a cow on the track," he said. "We have to chase her away." A little later, when the train stopped again, the passenger roared, "Now what's wrong?" "Oh," said the conductor serenely, "we just caught up with that cow again." Folklore belongs to every nation's legendary past, and I guess we Americans have our share of some good ones. Like the one about... but we'll have to save that one for the next time we travel your way. See you then. And now, Mr. John McIntyre in The Big Day. A tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
What's it say on the gauge, Albert?
Looks like about 4 pounds, Sam, maybe 4.5.
Not enough. You won't run on 4.5 pounds of steam pressure, that's for sure.
Can't see what difference it would make if she did run, Sam. You wouldn't take her anywhere. Just sit here in the garage like you've been doing every day since I can remember and steam her up and not go anywhere. Now, how come you just steam her up and don't go anywhere in her, Sam?
Because the right time hasn't come along yet. That's why, Albert.
Hey, you put new wheels on her and new racing tires. And you made me paint that crazy number 61 on the side, but you never take her out.
Albert, I'm getting tired of you sitting there asking me why I never do this and why I never do that. Now, I'm going to tell you once more what I've been telling you over and over. I put the new wheels and tires on her because I'll need them when the right time gets here. And it's coming, Albert. It's coming sooner than you think.
You're going to ride her up to heaven on Judgment Day, Sam? You're going to steam her up and drive your bright red Stanley up into the sky? Is that what you're going to do, Sam?
That's very funny, Albert, very funny. No, I'm not going to drive her up to heaven on Judgment Day. I'm going to drive her where she belongs, out in the open. Out on the road where she can get up a full head of steam and show everybody what she can really do.
Gonna show up all them modern cars, eh, Sam?
Albert, I know I'm wasting my time talking to you, just like I waste my time talking to that son of mine. But 50 years ago, in 1907, a Stanley steamer was wrecked going 190 miles an hour.
Oh, now, come off it, Sam.
It's in the book, 190 miles an hour, and she would have done better if she hadn't come apart.
I'll bet the fellow that was driving her came apart, too.
Well, it wasn't the car's fault. The fellow that was driving her just didn't know how to handle steam.
But you do.
I do. When the day gets here, I'll show you. You and Ma and that son of mine and everyone else who think gasoline is the only kind of fuel for a car. The only reason the steamer isn't on the streets now is because the big oil companies bought 'em out to keep the steamer off the streets. But it'll be different when I take this one out.
Oh, sure.
And the time is sooner than you think, Albert. A lot sooner than you think. Now get up there and pump, Albert. Let's get a real head of steam on her and see what she sounds like.
In just a moment, it'll be time for the 5:30 news. But first, here's a word from our sponsor. Friends, how long has it been since you felt good?
Junior?
Really good,
Junior?
Yes, Mom?
Yes.
Where's Pop? The news is coming on, and he wants to hear the qualifying times from the racetrack.
I'll call him. I think he and Mr. Fellows are out in the garage.
Well, tell him the news is on. He'll be mad if he misses it.
Well, there he is, Mom, coming in the back door.
News on yet?
Yeah, I was just going to call you.
You get to the speed trials at Indianapolis yet?
No, they haven't finished the important news yet.
Important? What's more important, I'd like to know, than the names and times of the drivers who qualified for the Indianapolis 500 this week?
Well, why in the world are you so interested in the races this year, Sam?
I've always been interested in the Memorial Day race, and you know it.
But why the interest in the times and what kind of cars they're driving and all that? You always listen to the race on race day, but... well, this year you act like you're driving in it yourself.
Huh. In a steamer, maybe.
Huh. And what's so funny about that? She could take any one of those gasoline engine cars, make them look like they were standing still.
Oh, come on, Pop. That Stanley of yours was made in 1917. Just because you put a lot of new stuff on her, like racing tires and modern wheels, well, putting her on a track with a modern race car would be like putting a workhorse against iron leads at the Derby.
Son, let me ask you something.
Sure.
How old are you?
17.
And how long have you been driving a car?
3 years.
Legally?
Almost a year.
All right. Now, I've been driving cars almost as long as they've had them, and I happen to know a little more about the Stanley steamer than you do.
And I know a little more about gas engines than you do.
Son, don't you talk back to your father.
Well, I'm not talking back to him, Mom. I just said that...
Your mom heard what you said, son, and I can tell you this. If I could get that steamer of mine out where it could get a good start, I could whip any one of those fancy streamline jobs they got back at Indianapolis.
Oh, boy.
Sam.
I could whip any one of them, and I could make them eat my steam.
Sam, Sometimes I wonder where your mind is.
Yeah.
Now, stop arguing about something that's impossible and listen to the news while I get dinner on it.
It's not impossible, and one of these days I'll show you it's not impossible.
Big deal.
Maybe that day is sooner than you think. What do you say to that?
Well, I say you either sit down and listen to the news or go in and clean up for supper. That's what I say.
And I say the Stanley steamer's the fastest thing on wheels. That's what I say.
Anybody want to know what I say?
No.
That's what I thought you'd say.
Bring the extension cord around the front of her, Albert. Hang it over on the nail.
I'm trying to get it over the hood, Sam.
But don't drag it across her. You want to scratch up the paint?
I don't want to do anything but go home, Sam. Millie's going to give me a bad time if I don't get home early.
She thinks you're down at the church again tonight?
Well, I told her I was painting the white lines on the basketball court. Trouble is, I told her I was doing that last night, too.
Well, tell her it's a big court. Hold that light over here so as we can get a look at these maps.
Yeah, you sure got enough of them.
Yeah, got them down at the auto club. Real nice about giving them to me, too. Didn't even ask me what I wanted them for.
Well, what do you want them for, Sam?
What do I want them for? I want them to lay out a course.
A course of what?
Albert, when you lay out a course, it isn't a course of something. It's a course to somewhere.
Oh, where?
Well, that's what we're going to figure out tonight. Hold the light over this way a bit. Let's take a look at this map here. California, San Diego to San Francisco. That's the one we want.
Well, this is Los Angeles, Sam.
I know. Let's see. Highway 101 runs from here to San Diego. Too many little towns. Not far enough, anyway.
Millie has an aunt lives down in San Diego.
Highway 99. If you went straight up 99 towards Sacramento, you'd bypass Saugus, New Hall, and you don't hit anything really big until Bakersfield.
I had a friend once lived in Bakersfield.
And out of Bakersfield, there's Wasco, Delano, Tulare, Fresno. And the road runs straight and level. Hand me that ruler there, will you, Elmer?
Yeah. Here it is.
Now, let's see. Scale says 21 miles to the inch. Fresno's about 10 inches from Los Angeles. That's 210 miles. Well, got a long ways to go yet.
Sam, I don't know what you're going to do with that map, but I got to go home. If Millie finds out I've been spending my evenings over here in your garage fooling around with this steamer of yours, she'll skin me alive.
Albert, let me tell you something. You got nothing to worry about.
Oh, I got nothing to worry about with Millie?
You got nothing to worry about with Millie. When she finds out why you've been spending your evenings over here...
When she finds out?
When she finds out why you've been helping me with the steamer, she'll be so impressed she won't do anything but applaud.
Sam, I got to go home.
All right, Albert, you go on home. You go home and get a good night's sleep, and tomorrow morning I'll let you in on a little surprise.
Sam, you've forgotten that tomorrow's Memorial Day or the race is on.
I know the race is on, Albert. I know that you and I always listen to the Indianapolis race on the radio, and tomorrow we'll listen to the start just like we always have. Only it'll be different.
Different?
That's right, Albert, different. That's the surprise I'm talking about. Now, you be here at 8:30 sharp.
8:30? The radio doesn't even come on from the track until 9:15.
You'll be here at 8:30 sharp, Albert.
Well, I don't know why I've got to get here so early.
Albert.
All right, Sam, if you say so, I'll be here.
That's the way to talk, Albert. Now, you go on home to Millie and leave me here with my maps, and I'll see you tomorrow.
Yeah. Well, good night, Sam.
Good night, Albert. And don't be late, because tomorrow, Albert, is the big day.
Is fair with sunny skies and warm, clear evenings. Stay tuned to this station for the started running of the great Memorial Day Speed Classic.
Well, where on earth is your pop, Junior?
I don't know, Mom.
Well, I guess this is one day I don't have to worry about where he is. He and Albert haven't missed the start of the Annapolis race for 15 years.
That's Indianapolis, Mom. Annapolis is the Naval Academy.
You know, I never can remember which is which. I tried last year to remember that the Indians were the ones at the racetrack and the sailors at the other place, but it didn't work.
Yeah, I remember. You called it the Indian race from Annapolis.
Yes, your pop almost exploded.
Like that tin can of his in the garage.
Don't you ever let your father hear you call that car of his a tin can. It's a Stanley steamer, and you know that as well as I do.
It's a tin can, if you ask me. And I could beat it in low gear in my old jalopy. Pop would ever take it out on the road.
We take you now to the Indianapolis Motor Speedway in Indianapolis, Indiana, for the start of the great Memorial Day Speed Classic, the Indianapolis 500-mile race.
Hello there, race fans. This is Sam Pierce, speaking directly from the pagoda overlooking the starting line here at Indianapolis. And it's a beautiful day for a race. There are a few black clouds over
Junior,
the east.
you better call your
here.
Pop. He'll
And we're
explode
looking
if he
forward to
misses
bringing
the
you
start.
another great
Like his
classic.
tin can.
Junior?
Open the doors, Albert. Open the doors and stand back.
You're going to take her out, Sam?
Just open the doors and see.
Okay, Sam. They're open, Sam.
Okay. Now stand back, Albert. There she goes.
She's moving, Sam. She's moving.
I know. Now bring that portable radio and follow me out to the street. I'll stop her there.
Okay, Sam. You did it, Sam. You took her out.
Of course I did, Albert. Now hand me that radio.
Yeah, here you are.
I'll tune her up and see if they've got the track yet.
On the track, running their warm-up lap. The race car is leaving the pits now, and in a very short time, the race will be underway.
They're just about ready to go, Albert.
Yeah, we better get into the house or we'll miss the start.
Albert, we're not going to listen to the start in the house. We're going to listen to the start right here on this porch.
Well, we can hear it better in the house, Sam.
Albert, get up here on the seat with me.
Me? Up there on that seat in that thing?
That's right, Albert. Get here on the seat with me.
I wouldn't drive around the block in that thing, Sam, and you know it.
Albert, you're going with me.
I am not going with you.
You're going with me, or I'll tell Billy that you weren't at the church last night, or the night before, or the night before that. Now get up here on the seat and turn up the radio so we can hear the start.
I don't like this, Sam.
Yeah, you will, Albert. But you're going to share an historic event with me. You're going to be with me in my Stanley steamer when the starter at the track drops the starting flag in front of those racers back at Indianapolis. And when that flag drops, Albert, we're going to open the throttle and start with them.
Sam Porter, are you crazy?
While they're driving around and around for 500 miles, you and I and the steamer will be going up Highway 99 to the town of Gridley.
Sam.
And Gridley, California is exactly 500 miles from where we are right now.
You're going to race this thing 500 miles to Gridley?
We're going to race against those cars back at Indianapolis. And we're going to win, Albert. We're going to get to Gridley before they get to the finish line.
Sam Porter, you're crazy. Sitting up on this steaming monster talking like a crazy man.
Turn up the radio, Albert.
And here they come down the straightaway in front of the main grandstands, ladies and gentlemen, and they're off. The Indianapolis.
Hang on and pump, Albert. Hang on and pump.
Is underway.
We're off to Gridley.
In a moment, we continue with Suspense. Do you know the Social Security benefits to which you will be entitled when you separate from the service and take a civilian job? Here's a tip from Social Security.
There are 4 times for action. First, when you go on a job covered by Social Security, you need a Social Security card. The account number shown on the card is used to keep a record of your earnings. Second, if a worker in your family dies and his work was covered by Social Security, some member of the family should ask about survivor's benefits at the nearest Social Security office. Third, if you're disabled before you reach 65 and have worked under Social Security, get in touch with the Social Security office. You and your dependents may be eligible for monthly checks. And finally, 2 or 3 months before you reach retirement age, get in touch with the Social Security office. If you want to keep working, fine. But get the facts about Social Security anyway. You may still be able to get benefit payments.
And now, we continue with The Big Day, starring Mr. John McIntyre. A tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
We're in the 10th lap of the race, ladies and gentlemen, and now here are the standings. In first place, car number 31, Johnny Gellin. In second, in car number 26, George O'Hara.
How fast we going, Albert?
Car number 22.
I can't see the speedometer, Sam. Too much steam.
Well, wipe off your goggles and bend down closer. I want to know how fast we're going.
Roy Ruttman.
I think the speedometer is busted, Sam. It says 95.
It's not busted, Albert. We're probably going 95. Now get on that pump, Albert, and let's see if we can't get up a real head of steam.
So far, it's been a wonderful race, ladies and gentlemen. Nothing to mar the thrill of watching these cars
understand.
hurtle around this
15
great
years, he never misses a start, and now, all of a sudden, he disappears.
I called him, Mom, but he didn't answer.
Well, maybe he didn't hear you. Go on out the garage and get him.
Okay, Mom.
And if all goes well...
We interrupt the Indianapolis race for a moment to bring you a special announcement from the California Highway Patrol.
This is Officer Hanson of the Highway Patrol speaking. We have just received a report that an unidentified object has been seen traveling north on Highway 99 at very high speed. We have no description other than the following. The object is bright red and seems to be emitting clouds of some vapor, perhaps steam.
Oh, no.
It was last seen heading north on Highway 99 in the vicinity of Caswell and was traveling at great speed.
Oh.
A sheriff's car that gave chase lost it and called in this report. Motorists are warned to be on the lookout and to give this object the right-of-way if they see it. All police and sheriff's cars are on the alert and will bring you further reports as we receive them.
Oh, dear me, no.
Now to the Indianapolis
Junior!
Speedway.
Junior!
Pop's not in the garage, Mom, and you know what?
I'm afraid I do,
Steamer
son.
isn't there either.
Junior, I know where your father is. He's out on the highway in that...
tin can?
Tin can, and he's trying to kill himself. Get me the phone, Junior. I've got to let them know.
Police Department, Sergeant Walsh speaking. Yes? Yes? Now, wait a minute. Let me get this straight here. You say you know what the bright red object is. Now, what bright red object? The one that's out on Highway 99. The one that's going so fast. Oh, that one. Well, why didn't you say so? Now, hold on a minute. I want to get this down. Charlie, get the radio open and stand by for an all-points bulletin. There's a lady on the phone says she knows what that crazy thing is on 99. Okay, lady. Now you tell me just what it is. That's right. A what? A Stanley steamer?
Where are we now, Albert?
I think we're coming up to Bakersfield. It's hard to follow the map with the steam and the wind.
Bakersfield, that's over 100 miles from L.A. Turn up the radio, Albert. We'll see how far they've gone at Indianapolis.
And these cars are performing like the beautiful things they are. So far, we haven't lost a car. We've completed a little over 100 laps, 250 miles.
Somebody's crazy.
Well, it isn't him, Sam.
Now, as you know, ladies and gentlemen, at the halfway mark, we always give the standings to the cars and their drivers. So now let's just take it. Uh-oh, wait a minute, ladies and gentlemen. The yellow warning lights are on, and that means we've got a car in trouble somewhere. I can't see too well, but I think it's... Yes, there it is. Down at the far end of the grandstand straightaway, there's a car against the retaining wall.
It's a wreck, Sam.
Shut up and pump.
Yeah, I can see the driver, ladies and gentlemen. He's out of the car now, and he's waving that he's all right. Yes, he's okay, ladies and gentlemen, but that car is in a bad place there. They'll have to keep this race running under the caution flag until they can clear it away. Of course, that means the cars will have to slow way down, and this will reduce the race average, but, well, that's the break to the game.
Come on, Albert. That's a break for us.
Good news.
Pump up some more steam there, and we'll make up some time on it.
Sam, this has gone far enough. Now, you got through that last town all right, although I think you scared them all half to death. But this next town is Merced, and it's a big one. Now, they've got signals set for 30 miles an hour right through the main street. You can't go through Merced at 95 miles an hour.
I figured on those signals, Albert. We won't go through town at 95.
Well, thank goodness for that.
Signal set for 30. 3 times 30 is 90. We'll go through town at 90. Flick of the whistle.
Oh, no.
Oh, yeah. Now get on that pump, Albert, and pump. We can't afford to lose any steam pressure at this point. We've got an average to hold.
This is a special bulletin from the State Highway Patrol. The unidentified object that has been reported at various positions from Los Angeles all the way north to Merced has been identified as a bright red Stanley steamer. Police in Fresno were eluded when a roadblock they set up was bypassed unexpectedly. However, the California Highway Patrol are now setting an impassable block on Highway 99 south of Stockton, and it's expected that the fugitives will be apprehended any minute. Meanwhile, motorists using this stretch of road are urged to proceed with caution. This has been a special bulletin.
got that fresh tank of water.
She is that, Sam.
It took us a little out of our way, taking that alternate road up into the hills back of Stockton. But I figured we'd find a water tank back there easier than in the city.
And that farmer was real nice, too. You going back into Stockton now, Sam?
Nope. Figured away on the map while we was stopped up there that takes us right around her. Figured it won't take much longer, and we can miss the traffic in the city.
You're pretty smart, Sam.
You gotta be smart to race a steamer, Albert. Turn up the radio, see how they're doing at Indianapolis.
Batteries are getting awful weak, but I'll try.
And now that the yellow lights are off, the cars are picking up their speed, and the race is really a race again. You know, this was the longest period of time that the cars have ever had to run under the caution lights, due, of course, to the unfortunate fact that a second car ran into the truck that was clearing the wreckage of the first car, and it's taken them a long, long time to get the remains off the track. But no one was hurt, and so we're off again at Indianapolis.
Turn it off, Albert. We have to save the batteries.
There's not much left of them now.
You know something, Albert?
What?
I'm kind of glad those races are running on the green flag again. I didn't feel right having the advantage over them all that time.
Sam, you're crazy. You are plain crazy. But you know, I'm beginning to like this.
This is the State Highway Patrol speaking. We have a new report on the runaway Stanley steamer. For a while, it was thought to have mysteriously disappeared when officers waiting at a roadblock at Stockton reported it failed to show up. But just a short time ago, it was again reported on Highway 99 on the outskirts of Sacramento heading north. A block has been hastily erected at the town of Woodland, which is the next town along the route of the steamer. We'll have a further report as soon as we hear from the Woodland police.
How come you cut off 99 onto alternate 40, Sam?
Because alternate 40 goes to Gridley and 99 doesn't.
You really mapped this thing out, huh?
Albert, I've heard a lot of derogatory things said about myself from this wonderful steamer of mine, but it's never bothered me. You know why?
Because you're smart, Sam?
Because I knew that one of these days the big day would come along and I'd make all those people who said all those things laugh out of the other corner of their mouths. You know what, Albert?
What, Sam?
That day is here. When we get into Gridley, I'll have proven that what I always said was true. Turn up the radio, see how far they gotten back in Indianapolis.
Okay. Yeah, it won't turn on. Leastwhile, I can't get any noise out of it.
Batteries must have gone. Doggone it, now we won't know how we made out till we get into Gridley.
How much longer you figure it'll take us, Sam? I'm getting awful tired.
Not too long now, Albert. Maybe 20 minutes, half an hour. Won't get there at all, though.
I know, Sam. Hang on and pop. She seems to be slowing down, Sam.
I am slowing her down, Albert. If I'm not mistaken, we should be getting into Gridley right over the top of this hill.
You mean it, Sam? You mean we're really there? We made it?
I think so, Albert. We'll know in a minute. Sure wish the radio was working so we could know how we did.
Well, there'll be somebody in Gridley with a radio. We can ask them.
Yeah. Hey, Albert, look there. Right down there at the foot of the hill.
It's a town, all right, Sam.
It's Gridley, Albert. Gridley in the finish line for us.
Hey, looks like they're having a celebration or something.
No, the car's all right.
Maybe they've heard about it.
Nah, most likely a picnic or a parade.
Are you going to cross the finish line like they do back at Indianapolis?
Albert, that's a great idea. We'll give them something to talk about for a long time to come. Get a hold of that pump, Albert.
I'm pumped. I know, Sam. I know. Look, they're getting out of the cars into the street.
There's something funny, Albert. They've got cars parked there across the street.
And they're holding up their hands.
Well, I guess there's nothing to do but stop. Don't want to bust up my steamer after she's run all this way.
Anyway, we got to Gridley.
All right.
All right, you two. Now just stay where you are. Don't make no fast moves.
Sam, this cop doesn't sound very friendly.
That gun he's waving doesn't look very friendly either.
Now, I want you both to get down out of that
Steamer, Stanley steamer.
Well, that thing. And just stand over there quiet.
Better do as he says, Albert.
Yeah. Come on.
Albert.
Yeah, Sam?
I can't get my hands loose to the steering wheel. They're stuck.
Oh, his hands are stuck to the wheel, officer.
Well, get him unstuck and climb down out of there. You're both under arrest.
For what?
If I took the time to tell you now, we'd be here all night. Now get down.
Oh, I almost forgot to ask. Sir, is this Gridley?
No, this is not Gridley. This is Live Oaks. Oh. Gridley's about 10 miles further up the road.
Oh, no, Albert, we lost. We came all this way so far, so fast, and we still didn't complete the 500 miles.
Gosh. Say, you got a radio in your car, officer?
Of course I got a radio.
Can you get the station they have the Indianapolis races on? See how they finished?
They didn't.
Hey, what?
Them racers back at Indianapolis, they didn't finish. They stopped the race 5 minutes ago. Supposed to drive 500 miles, but they got rained out. They had to stop at 475.
Albert, you hear that, Albert? We beat them. We went 490 miles and they stopped at 475. I told you the Stanley steamer was the fastest car on 4 wheels.
Yeah. Now, wait a minute. If you don't mind, I'll ask you to get into my car and we'll take a slower ride back to police headquarters.
Oh, sure, officer. And you know something, Sam?
What, Albert?
At least in his car. I won't have to hang on and pound.
Suspense. In which Mr. John McIntyre starred in The Big Day, written by Sam Pierce and produced and directed by William N. Robeson. Supporting Mr. McIntyre in The Big Day were Jeanette Nolan, Joe DeSantis, William Keneally, Henry Blair, Sam Pierce, and Dawes Butler. Listen. Listen again next week when we return with another tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Suspense has been brought to you through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
Story of John North Willys. In 1896, a young traveling salesman named John Willys landed in the town of Elmira, New York. His first stop was at the Elmira Arms Company, a sporting goods establishment, and one of his regular customers. Opening the rusty screen door, Willys noticed that an atmosphere of intense gloom hung over the Elmira Arms Company. In the rear of the store, hunched over a pine wood desk, was a glowering, shirt-sleeved figure.
Hello, Willis.
Morning, Pete.
What's on your mind today? If you come to sell me anything, you're just out of luck.
Well, mind if I sit down?
No.
You don't look very happy. Is business bad?
No.
Got indigestion?
No.
I thought maybe you'd give me an order for some merchandise, but as long as you don't feel well, I'll come back tomorrow.
No use. I'm not buying any more stock for this store. I'm sick of the place. Wish I'd never gone into this business.
Why?
Well, there's no future in it. There's only one place to make real money and make it fast, and that's Alaska.
You thinking of going to Alaska?
I'd give an ear to be in that gold rush right now. But how can I leave? All my money's tied up in this store.
I'd advise you to sell the store.
Who'd buy it?
I might buy it myself, providing the price was right. I used to be in the bicycle business back home, and I've saved a little money.
Well, there's $2,800 worth of stock here. Of course, I'd be willing to take some loss for cash.
No, afraid I can't make it. $500 is all I have.
Couldn't you raise 500 more?
Nope, it's impossible. Say, Pete, speaking of the gold rush, I have a friend who went to Alaska with nothing but a shovel. He came back last week with a suitcase full of nuggets.
A suitcase full?
Yeah. a fellow named Jones. I'll give you his address in case you want to get in
He
touch
found
with him.
all that gold in the Yukon?
That's what he said. You know, I've been thinking I might take my $500 and travel up to Alaska myself. The more I think about it, the better it seems. Well, I'll see you later.
Look, Willys, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll let you have the store for $500 cash. Of course, I'm taking a terrific loss.
Oh,
but...
no, I wouldn't consider it now. You'll get a buyer someday. Just be patient.
Patient? You only knew how I'm aching to get up there in the Klondike. Willys, you can have this store lock, stock, and barrel for $500.
All right, Pete.
Then it's a deal?
Yes, it's a deal.
After taking over the Elmira Arms Company, John Willis made a specialty of selling bicycles. And in 8 months, he had cleared a profit of $1,000. Soon he entered the wholesale business, becoming one of the largest bicycle distributors in New York. Then, in 1899, as John Willis was nearing his 27th birthday...
Get your horse out of the road, Joe. It's one of them contraptions. Get up
Hey, mister, where do you think you're going with that infernal machine?
No place right now, Si. Can't you see I've stopped?
Look at the dude. He's wearing goggles and a duster.
Say, where can I get some kerosene for my lamp?
I don't know. Ask John Willis. That's him standing in the doorway. Hey, John, you want some kerosene?
I guess I can fix him up. That's quite a horse's carriage you've got there,
I'll say it's a Pierce motorette. Best made. Set me back 900 simoleons.
Come on inside the store.
All right, sure.
I sell bicycles.
Ah, the bicycle's a thing of the past. Within 2 years, you'll be starving to death if you depend on bicycles for a living.
I'm not worried yet. Yours is only the second motor car I've ever seen.
Someday the roads will be full of them. Mark what I say.
Half a gallon be enough?
Plenty.
That'll cost you a quarter.
Well, here you are.
Thanks.
That ought to last me for a while. Put the cannon back while I give the engine a twist.
All right.
Better hold on to your horse, Si.
Come on, Dad, blame you.
There she goes. Well, see you later, men.
You sure run pretty.
Purdy? You call that racket purdy? I hope you ain't intending to buy one of them darn contraptions.
Can't tell. That fellow might have been right.
Huh?
Said I'd be starving to death in 2 years if I stayed in the bicycle business.
I wouldn't take that young whippersnapper's word for anything.
I didn't. See, Joe, I ordered one of those motor cars from the factory last week to use as a demonstrator.
You're gonna sell them?
Yeah, Joe. I figure they might make a pretty good sideline someday. Mr. Perry, 6 years ago I started selling automobiles back in Elmira. I did so well that I've just recently organized the American Motor Car Sales Company.
Yes, I've heard of your success, Mr. Willis.
Now, here's my proposition. You manufacture the automobiles and I'll sell them. I'll guarantee to sell every car that the Overland Company puts out.
Oh, well, that's quite a risk for one man. Do you realize that the Overland Company turned out 47 cars last year? And soon we expect to make as many as 500.
I'll sell them all.
Well, now, that's quite a task. I don't like to trust the sales of my automobile to one man. You see, Mr. Willis...
Take it or leave it. I've already guaranteed to sell the American company's cars. I dare say there are other firms.
Now, just a minute, sir. What I meant to say is that I'd be very willing to give you the contract, providing you pay for every car whether you sell it or not.
That's fine, Mr. Perry. Now, I advise you to start hustling. I'll have orders for 500 cars by the end of the year, and you'd better be able to fill them. You might as well be frank about this, Mr. Perry. I want to know what's wrong. I've taken orders for 500 Overlands, and I've sent in the money. But not one of those cars has been delivered.
Well, I'm sorry, but you know how scarce money is. The stock market panic has affected everyone.
That's no excuse. I've done my part. If you don't fill those orders, my business will be ruined.
And then we'll be in the same boat. The Overland Company hasn't been able to meet its payroll. Tomorrow, the firm goes into the hands of the receivers.
What?
Our debts are tremendous. But we might carry on for a while if we could meet the payroll.
How much is it?
$350.
Oh. Look here. If I raise enough to meet the payroll, will you give me complete control of the company and leave its management up to me?
Well, gladly. Oh, there isn't that much money in Indianapolis.
You just sit tight. I'll be back this evening. And I'll have the money with me if I have to go from door to door to get it.
I'm sorry, sir, but I can't possibly cash your check. The hotel safe is empty.
But it's good. A check for $500 on one of the best banks in the U.S.
Well, the Indianapolis banks are closed
But
now.
there must be some way. If this check isn't cashed, the Overland Company will go out of business.
Oh, that sounds serious. Hey, wait a minute. Ike, you got any change?
Oh, yeah, too bad.
Well, give it to me. Then go into the barber shop and see if Tony has any money. It's for that Overland payroll.
You bet. Wait here. Oh, Tony? They're raising money for the Overland payroll. Got any dough? Man wants to cash a check. See? Oh, $5. Say, mister, how about you? You got the money for it to shave?
Well, let you have 10.
Hey, I got a few dollars here.
I'll chip in, too. Look at the pool room, Tony. Go betcha. Hey, man.
Yeah?
You got any money? Someone is trying to cash the check for the Overland to come.
Oh, yeah, I got the dollars.
491, 96, 97, 98, 99. $500 in cash.
Well, you're a wizard. I don't see how you did it.
A hotel clerk helped me out, along with a barber shop, a pool room, 5 restaurants, and a cigar counter. There's $350 for the payroll and the rest for additional expenses.
Well, this money will keep the company going for at least another week.
Longer than that, Parry. I've been itching to get my hands into the manufacturing side of this business, and I intend to make a go of it. I'm the manager now, and I intend to make this firm one of the largest concerns in America.
Under John Willis' masterful guidance, the faltering Overland Company soon cleared itself from debt. Cash began to pour in while shiny automobiles rolled out of the long iron-roofed shed. A year later, Willis was made president of the company, and in 1909, the shop was crammed with men and machinery. Circus tents were purchased from a stranded carnival, and the work continued under canvas.
We've got to find larger quarters, that's all there is to it. This is an automobile factory, not a circus.
Well, what do you suggest?
We'll build a factory here in Indianapolis. There's some men in New York who'll advance us the money. I'm leaving tomorrow for a conference with them.
Mr. Willis, you want it on the phone. Toledo calling.
Coming. Come on, Parry.
It is probably Blakely, our Ohio representative.
Hello, Blakely? What's that? Oh, they're in trouble, eh? How much do they want? Yeah, I'll come take a look at it. Bye. The Pope Toledo Company is going out of business. They want us to buy their factory.
I've seen the place. It's ready to fall apart.
But they have 7 acres of land and 2 or 3 buildings. That would give us plenty of room for expansion.
Oh, Mr. Willis, why don't you build in Indianapolis? There's your plan first.
Because I'm running a business. And whenever a businessman sees a bargain, he snaps it up. I got my first start by grabbing at a bargain. I'm president of this company because I invested $500 in an outfit that was ready to go broke.
Yes, but the risk of moving to another state...
It isn't any greater than the risk I took with my $500. Say, Jim, rush down to the railroad station and buy us 2 tickets to Toledo.
Within 48 hours, Willis was owner of the Pope Toledo factory by virtue of a $25,000 deposit. 12,000 overlands were manufactured during the firm's first year in the new quarters. And in 1917, when the company was producing 1,000 cars daily...
My clients have authorized me to make you an offer, Mr. Willis. They wish to buy your entire interest in the Overland Company. If you're as shrewd as they say, I believe you'll accept this magnanimous gesture.
All right. How much will they give?
$80 million. Think of it, sir. $80 million.
It's not enough.
Not enough, but sir,
I wouldn't sell for $100 million. This firm means everything to me. It's my whole life. Would you sell your life for $80 million?
Well, hardly, sir, but certainly you could find something
Not
else.
right now. Come around in about 20 years, perhaps I'll be more receptive then. Right now, I'm too busy to think of retiring.
Well, I'm sorry we couldn't do business, Mr.
Well,
Wilson.
now, maybe we can. I'm never the man to turn down business.
Then you'll consider my offer?
I mean that if you're ever in the market for a good automobile, look me up.
Enterprising and alert, John Willis was a born salesman and continued as such until the end of his colorful life in 1935 when he died at the age of 61. His career was parallel with the growth of the automobile, and his labors added to the progress and comfort of a nation. John North Willis, Captain of Industry.
Direct from the Grand Ballroom of New York's Waldorf Astoria Hotel, Autolite and its 98,000 dealers bring you Mr. Van Johnson in tonight's presentation of Suspense.
Tonight, Autolite recreates the story of the first international automobile race. The story is based on fact and is called Around the World. Our star, Mr. Van Johnson.
This is Harlow Wilcox speaking for Autolite with greetings from the great Easter Parade of Stars automobile show in the Waldorf Astoria Hotel in New York City. On display are 40 new car models in exciting colors. They were produced by leading car manufacturer members of the Autolite family. Here, too, are spectacular action displays, working models of a Navy torpedo and aircraft carrier, along with other interesting exhibits provided by our armed forces. Plus, special cars styled by leading American and European designers. Record-breaking crowds of enthusiastic visitors have seen the show since Saturday's opening, and before it closes Thursday, many more are expected to see this spring spectacle. And now, as a special treat for our visitors here at the Easter Parade of Stars Auto Show, and to you at home, Autolite has brought our cast and our star, Van Johnson, to the stage of the Waldorf's Grand Ballroom for the true and exciting story of the one and only auto race around the world. This famous race took place in 1908, just 3 years before Autolite developed the first 2-unit 6-volt electrical system used as original equipment. But now, let's listen.
Van Johnson is appearing by arrangement with MGM, producers of the Technicolor musical Small Town Girl, starring Jane Powell and Farley Granger. And now, transcribed, Autolite presents Around the World, starring Mr. Van Johnson, hoping once again to keep you in suspense.
My name is George Miller. These are my opponents, Monsieur Bossier de Saint-Chaffrey.
Enchanté. I am driving the Didion. My crew is also French. Vive le sport.
Lieutenant Hans van Koppen.
Driving a Protoss, a German car, as are my technicians. German.
Signor Anthony Scafolio.
Come sta? Italian with my crew, with driver of the Zust automobile.
The gentlemen you have met, and a couple of others who you will meet presently, who are riding with me, all of us are going to have a race in automobiles around the world. New York to Paris by way of Siberia. It's 1908, Lincoln's birthday. A bright and sunshiny day, Times Square, New York, 10 a.m. I'm the driver of a 4-cylinder, 60-horsepower car taken from stock, the Thomas Flyer. However this thing comes out, and I'm not offering any excuses, but in all fairness, you should know that the other cars have been built especially for this race. But the Thomas Flyer, anybody can go and buy one off the floor. The members of my crew are Montague Roberts, who knows about maps and motors, and Mr. Colby, correspondent for the Combined News Services.
How do you do?
Hello. Gentlemen, are you ready? All right, gentlemen.
How far is it to Buffalo?
We're only 50 miles from 43rd Street to Times Square, George, and 102nd. The Dion is still ahead of us. I didn't ask you how we...
I'd like to make an observation, gentlemen.
About the rain again, Mr. Colby?
Yes, of course. As long as we're going around the world together, I don't think we should immediately exhaust whatever food of conversation we have in store for each other. I think the things at hand are the elements, for instance.
Please talk to us about the rain, Mr. Colby.
A prediction. Because of rain, one day an alert automobile manufacturer will produce a top attached to the body which can be lowered or raised. And a soul can sit in comfort and not be drenched like now. Mark my word.
Montague.
Yes, George.
How far to Buffalo? Any observations about the mud, Mr. Colby? Mr. Colby.
Can't hear you, George. He slid down on the floor and back and pulled his raincoat over him and the rug and
The French car, they're stuck in the mud.
Give it the gun, George. Oh, George, we could have passed
We can't just leave them sitting here.
Hi, monsieur. Stop. All of a sudden, no road. Only mud.
Oh, we'll give you a hand. Hey, Gee, you're really in there deep.
Your American mud is of a peculiar viscous quality. My men have not the strength.
There's some wooden planks in back of my car. You can lift the back end up and slip them under. Monty.
Sure.
Monty will tell your men what to do.
Hello. Monty! Monty! Be careful of Mr. Colby's on the floor thinking about the elements.
Well, how do you like it, monsieur?
Tell us for rain or mud. It is possible. Soon it will be Buffalo. Tell me, Buffalo, it is a nice place. You can get a hot meal.
Never been there, but I'm sure you...
Torture.
Mr. Colby was saying a while back that someone's going to invent a top you can put up when it rains.
We French have already outmoded this proposed invention.
What?
Attendez, one moment. The invention of which there is no obsolescence. Cognac. Après vous, monsieur.
Well, thank you, monsieur.
A toast.
A toast.
To our men who are crazy enough to join us around the world by way of Siberia.
I'll drink to that. Here's the bottle.
Hold on to it, monsieur. A toast. To your gallantry, monsieur. For the health.
Okay, George. Fix them up fine.
All the thanks in the world. Au revoir. Adieu.
Nice fellow.
Yeah? The boys he's got with him are princes, too.
Well, no use standing out here in the mud.
Oh, Stuck.
I know it.
What have you got in that bottle, George?
Cognac. 3 hours later, the rain stopped. Then a rainbow came. His name was Pat Kendall, and he was driving a team of horses. He helped us out of the mud. Then he led the way for us into Buffalo, still behind the French car. After Buffalo, Toledo, then Chicago. And we were a day ahead of everybody. Omaha, Cheyenne, Ogden. And we were 4 days ahead of the other cars. Down embankments, across desert, forging rivers, over flats and over hills. Then 60 miles outside of Ogden.
The tumbleweeds.
What about them, Mr. Colby?
I'm no mechanic, you know.
What about the tumbleweeds, Mr. Colby?
Riding over them the way you do.
We've already discussed that, Mr. Colby, when you were asleep. Oh, Mr. Colby.
Yes, Montague?
You're a correspondent for a whole syndicate of newspapers. Aren't you supposed to take notes of something? How can you do that when you sleep so much?
A good question.
Well, how can you do it?
I am a journalist.
So?
My dear Mr. Miller, when a journalist has seen one tumbleweed, he can close his eyes and imagine a vastness of tumbleweeds, hundreds of square miles of tumbleweeds, such as we are now negotiating. Wake me at the next town.
I'm afraid not.
Why not, Mr. Miller?
You're quite right about the tumbleweeds riding over them. They're liable to foul the transmission.
And that's why you won't be able to sleep, Mr. Colby. We're going to ride on the railroad ties.
Really?
Really. Besides, how do you think we're going to cross that river up ahead?
My word.
Oh, here we go.
How do you like riding on railroad ties, Mr. Colby?
My word.
George.
What?
I haven't driven since Cheyenne. Let's change places, huh?
There's a trestle up ahead.
I know. You're getting all of that.
On the other side of the trestle. If we go over into that river, I want it to be my fault, not anybody else's.
Mr. Miller, have you ever driven over a railroad trestle before?
No. Don't look so worried, Mr. Colby.
George.
Yeah, I hear it.
A train.
How far in back of us is it?
Near as I can judge, it's getting closer.
Hurry up, George.
What does that train expect me to do, drive into the river? How far now, Mr. Colby? Mr. Colby.
He's on the floor again, George. Can't you go fast?
He'll be on the other side in a few seconds. Then we can... Turn off, what? Hold on tight. Drive now, Monty.
Wait a minute. All right. Move over, will you?
Yeah.
But don't look at me like that, George.
Let's get out and see. I'll get into the car. Monty, come here.
What do you see?
I don't see any clutch shaft. That's one thing I see.
Oh.
Cracked right off. Where are we, Monty?
Under a Thomas Flyer in the middle of the desert.
Yeah. Mind if I ask you another question, Monty?
Go right ahead.
How far from a town? A good-sized town. One that would have a blacksmith.
About 30 miles. That way.
Well, let's get out from under here.
Oh, over there on the sand, George. The other part of the clutch shaft.
Uh-huh. We've got to get the part to a blacksmith.
There's no two ways about it. Somebody's going to have to walk 30 miles.
Somebody who's had a lot of rest. Mr. Colby... Mr. Colby returned 16 hours later. The blacksmith returned him in a wagon. Mr. Colby was sleeping in back of it. The clutch shaft was repaired, and the Thomas Flyer and the three of us were ready to go again, so we went. We arrived in San Francisco 12 days ahead of the other contestants. They gave us a cup, and we left for Seattle. When we arrived there, they gave us a cup. And according to the prearranged route, we loaded the Thomas Flyer on board a steamer and sailed for Valdez, Alaska. It was very cold in Valdez.
My word, it's cold.
Many people in Valdez had never seen an automobile before. And as a token for our achievement, they gave us a cup. They showed us a smaller cup which they were saving for the Frenchmen who were 10 days behind. On April 8, when the snowdrifts were piled from 3 to 12 feet high, we left Valdez for the Yukon and the Bering Straits, which were frozen over this time of year so we could drive straight to Asia. We were thankful for the foresight of bringing chains along, a new innovation, and thankful, too, for the efficiency of the motor of the Thomas Flyer at 20 degrees below zero. Headway was very slow. 3 days of it, and we only covered 22 miles.
Hundreds.
What did you say, Mr. Colby?
Hundreds. When you've seen one of them, you've seen...
Yes, we know, Mr. Colby.
It is bleak, isn't it?
George.
Yes.
If anything went wrong
Don't
here...
think about it. Talk about something else.
The German car was in Omaha when we got to Seattle.
I know.
The Italians in Salt Lake City.
I know.
The French, these monsters.
We know all about that, Monty.
You say something, Mr. Colby?
I was just going to say that... What was that?
Get out of the car, quick! An avalanche! One!
You all right, Monty?
Yep.
Mr. Colby?
Look at the car. It's covered.
Let's start digging, boys. Can't get caught here.
All our equipment's covered. The shovel.
Improvise, Mr. Colby. Use your hands.
Oh?
Hey! Hey! Fellow in snowshoes. Wonder what he wants. Hey there! Howdy. Howdy.
Hello.
You the fellas driving an automobile around the world?
That's right.
Where's your automobile?
Under the snow. We had a little...
Snowslide, eh? Have 'em around here all the time. Well, I'm glad I caught you fellas.
Oh, we are, too. We could use a...
They sent me out from Valdez to find you. Got something to tell you.
Tell us?
You fellas are going the wrong way.
Wrong way?
The roads of this race have been changed. You don't go through Alaska. Can't be done anyhow. The Bering Straits don't freeze over.
What?
Here and there they turn to mush, but they don't freeze over. Never have.
Then what are we supposed to do?
Go back to Seattle. That's all I know. Automobile in Alaska. That don't make no sense at all. Well, come on, I'll give you a hand. Dig you out. I hope this little side trip didn't lose you boys the race.
Autolite is bringing you Mr. Van Johnson in Around the World. Tonight's presentation in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
This is Harlow Wilcox speaking again for Autolite and the colorful Easter Parade of Stars automobile show in the Grand Ballroom of New York's Waldorf Astoria Hotel. Here are 40 exciting car models produced by manufacturer members of the Autolite family. In the balcony overlooking the ballroom is a 38-piece band of the Women's Army Corps. In rooms surrounding the ballroom are special action displays dramatizing the latest engineering advancements of the automotive industry. as well as special exhibits featuring outstanding accomplishments of our armed forces. Autolite is proud to be a part of the great automotive industry and to have contributed to the development of today's fine cars. Autolite serves the greatest names in the industry. Tonight, in the climax to the second annual Autolite Family Salute program, Autolite is privileged to salute distinguished members of the Autolite family whose cars are on display at the Easter Parade of Stars Automobile Show, and to salute their dealers throughout the world for our many years of close association.
And now, Autolite brings back to our soundstage Mr. Van Johnson in Elliot Lewis's production of Around the World, a story based on fact and well calculated to keep you in suspense.
This is George Miller again. I'd like for you to hear a few comments from my opponents in the round-the-world automobile race. Senor Anthony Scafolio.
I wish to tell you how much I enjoyed the trip by boat from Seattle to Yokohama. The fact that we come in 12 days behind the Americans to Seattle was due to an oversight by a navigator.
Thank you, senor. Now, Lieutenant Hans von Koppen.
This is not possible that we arrived 6 days behind the Americans to Seattle. However, we are happy to be in Yokohama.
Monsieur Bossier de Saint-Chaffré.
What does it matter that the Americans waited a week for us? The wine on the boat to Yokohama was deplorable.
We arrived in Yokohama on May 10, 1908. All the cars were unloaded by sampan since there were no docks. All the contestants rested, saw the sights, and learned to eat with 2 pieces of wood which are called chopsticks. During the short time we were there, the student among us, Mr. Colby of the newspaper syndicate, learned a few Japanese words.
Biru is beer, Obasan is woman, kawaii is pretty face, genki des is I am happy.
Our stay in Japan was pleasant. All of us drove to Kobe and were loaded onto a boat, and we sailed for Vladivostok, arriving there May 17. The race to Paris was resumed, except for the Italian car, whose crew liked the ocean voyage so much that they were last seen sailing for the Mediterranean. From Vladivostok to Harbin, a refueling point, we arrived ahead of the Germans, but the French beat us by half an hour.
Hello, Miller. Hello.
Hello, monsieur. Well, you beat us.
The race is yet to be won.
Have you refueled?
A moment ago. I saw your car, so I thought to wait to bid you adieu.
Yeah, well, adieu.
And to save you some time.
Oh?
There is no more gas to be had at the fueling station.
What do you mean, no more gas?
My American speech is not of the best. I do not know how else to say it. Let me think. How else can I say it? I have it. I have bought all of it. All of the gasoline, in order to cross the bigness of Siberia. So, there is no more gas. Adieu. Allons, mes braves.
I must say that was rather unsporting.
Monty, go ask the man if he has any more gas.
Right. You have no idea what I shall do when we finally get to Paris.
What are you going to do, Mr. Colby?
I shall lodge a protest with the Rules Committee.
Forget it.
Anyhow, I don't think I like Siberia very much.
Well, you're going to see a lot of it, Mr. Colby. It's the biggest country...
George!
What about it, Monty?
No gas.
It was Monty in his charming way who got the gas. There was an army outpost in Harbin. The army of His Imperial Majesty, the Tsar of all the Russias. Monty introduced himself and his charm at the Officers' Club, and in a little while introduced a variation on the game of poker known as Spit in the Ocean. American money against the Tsar's gasoline. Monty won. Proposed maneuvers of the Harbin outpost of the army of His Imperial Majesty, the Tsar of all the Russias, was delayed for some time. We headed into the wilderness of Siberia. How far to the lake, Marty?
I figure Lake Baikal is about 50 miles away.
If we miss the boat that crosses it, we'll lose 2 days.
We're well aware of that fact, Mr. Colby.
Don't worry about it. We'll be there tomorrow morning for sure.
Unless the French get there first, or the Germans.
Haven't seen the Germans, but we passed the French.
I'd like to remind you that we should not cross our...
What's that up ahead?
Horses.
People on them. In such a locale, they're known as Tartars.
Formed a line, George. You better slow down.
Tartars are direct descendants of Genghis Khan. History tells us that Genghis Khan put 2 million people to the sword. The hobby of these people is beheading strangers.
They're armed to the teeth, George.
Let's go out and talk to them. Oh, hi there. You try it, Marty.
Hello?
Mr. Colby, have you ever had occasion to learn Tartar talk? Mr. Colby.
Uh-oh. Here he comes, George. He must be 7 feet tall.
Hello, Chief. We're just riding through. We're on our way to St. Petersburg. You talk to him, Marty.
Oh, what do I say?
Oh, something charming.
Nice country you have here, Chief. George.
You like the horn, Chief? Marty, give him the horn.
Sure.
He'll only be a minute, Chief. Hurry up, Marty.
Yeah. Here you are, Chief.
Oh, now, wait a minute, Chief. That's the wheel. We need the wheel. Blow the horn, Chief. Here. Isn't that nice? Our crossing of the rest of the Siberian wastes was remarkable only in Mr. Colby's remarking that we hadn't seen the French car for a long time. As a matter of fact, we never saw the French again. We lost only a few minutes at Omsk when we had to stop to let the Trans-Siberian Railroad train go by. Just before we were ferried across the Volga River, we passed Lieutenant Koppen and the crew of the Protos automobile. We were now in the lead. We arrived in St. Petersburg on Thursday, July 23. We were the first to arrive, and there were festivities in our honor.
What a reception.
My word.
In the name of His Imperial Highness, Tsar of all the Russias, I welcome you to St. Petersburg.
We're very glad to...
And in full recognition of your remarkable achievements as the first to cross the motherland by automobile, I have been commanded by His Imperial Majesty, Tsar of all the Russias, to present a token of our admiration. Boris, the cup. Here, take.
In the name of the Thomas Flyer Corporation of Detroit, Michigan, I am proud and happy to accept the cup. Mr. Colby.
Yes, Mr. Miller.
Put this cup with the cups.
And now a toast. Boris, the glasses. Here, gentlemen, take. Boris, the vodka. To His Imperial Majesty, the Tsar of all the Russias.
To Teddy Roosevelt, President of the United States of America.
George, over there, the Protos.
Lieutenant von Koppen. The Germans.
Thank His Imperial Majesty for us. We've got to go.
First, a toast. Boris. To Her Imperial Majesty, Tsarina of all the Russias.
To the Rough Riders.
We're in a race here, you know. We've got to...
Boris. To St. Petersburg, a jewel in the crown of His Imperial Majesty, the Tsar of all the Russias.
We've really got to go.
Drink.
To Detroit, Michigan.
Now let there be music and the festival and dancing. Boris.
16 hours. 16 precious hours. We couldn't get away. We tried to, but we couldn't. Finally, at 6 o'clock in the morning, we left St. Petersburg. From there to Berlin, where we were told that the Protos car was a half a day ahead of us. That was on July 24. We refueled and went on. The roads were better, and we made good time. Hanover, Dusseldorf, Cologne, across Luxembourg, and into France. Very good time, but still trailing the Germans in the Protos car. Then into Rheims, still behind the Germans. And the next day, on the morning of July 30, we were outside of Paris. Just outside of Paris.
George, look, the Protos.
Yeah, hurry. What do you think I'm trying to do, Mr. Colby?
That's the boy, George. We're gaining.
Mr. Colby, throw everything out of the car.
I was about to suggest that.
Oh, do it.
Yeah. We're gaining, George. We're gaining.
The cops, too, Mr. Miller.
The cops, too. Hey, Van Kampen, what kept you? Where have you been?
You have not won yet. You have not.
I can't hear you, Van Kampen.
There's the finish line, George.
All those people. My word.
We won. We came in first. We drove from New York to Paris, almost 14,000 miles in the Thomas Flyer automobile. Our total running time was 88 days. We averaged 152 miles a day over all kinds of country and every sort of climate. We climbed mountains, forded streams, drove through mud, and traversed sandy deserts. We won the New York Times $50,000 first prize, and we had our pictures in every paper in the world. But mostly it was a tribute to our automobile. We proved something. An American stock car circled the globe. And we're not anybody special. Anybody can do it.
Suspense. Presented by Autolite. Tonight's star, Mr. Van Johnson.
This is Harlow Wilcox speaking for Autolite and the worldwide Autolite family. Tonight, as the crowning achievement of the second annual Autolite Family Salute program, we have brought you a special broadcast direct from the Easter Parade of Stars automobile show at the Waldorf Astoria Hotel in New York City. Tomorrow night, the Autolite family will join in a reception and supper party honoring all women's branches of our armed services. Also, Irene Dunn, Rosalind Russell, Van Johnson, and Robert Merrill. It's for the benefit of our armed services emergency relief funds. The Easter Parade of Stars automobile show, with its many new car models produced by manufacturer members of the Autolite family, will be open all day Wednesday and Thursday. Admission is free.
Next week, the story about a man who dreamed of someday having all the money he would ever need, and one day found a way to make his dream come true. It's called The Great Train Robbery. Our star, Mr. Fred McMurray. That's next week on Suspense. Suspense was transcribed and directed by Elliott Lewis, with music composed by Lucien Moravec and conducted by Lud Gluskin. Around the World was written for Suspense by Morton Fine and David Friedkin and was based on fact. Featured in the cast were Alan Hewitt, Ted Osborne, Larry Haynes, Steve Roberts, Danny Ocko, and Cameron Andrews. And remember, next week, Mr. Fred McMurray in The Great Train Robbery.
This is the CBS Radio Network.
The story of the Studebaker brothers. In the year 1852, South Bend, Indiana, was a sleepy little town with one schoolhouse, several blacksmith shops, and a general store. No one in South Bend became much excited when Clem Studebaker and his brother Henry set up two forges in an old frame building and entered the wagon building business. The third brother, John, spent most of his time working about the shop, but he was only 19 and had a youthful craving for adventure. Whenever a high-sided covered wagon wheeled along the dusty street, young John Studebaker ran to the doorway and watched it longingly.
Clem!
Oh, Clem, come here. Look.
Yeah? Another one of those wagons bound for California. I bet you don't get as far as Missouri.
Yeah, I'd like to be traveling on her.
To California?
Uh-huh.
Aren't you satisfied here, John?
Well, yes, only...
Well, with a little practice, you could become one of the best wagon makers in Indiana.
Maybe so, but it's not nearly as exciting as digging for gold. If I could make some money in the gold fields, why, we could open up a larger shop.
That sounds like a wild idea to me.
Ma offered to let me have $65. She thinks it might be a good experience.
65? Why, that wouldn't take you clear to California.
No, but I might build a wagon of my own and then trade it to somebody for passage. I guess nobody had cart me all the way to California in exchange for a wagon.
Well, it depends on how good the wagon is.
Those big prairie schooners are pretty hard to build. Oh, I doubt if even you could make one.
Say, I can build any kind of a wagon there is, and it'll be the doggonedest best wagon you ever laid eyes on.
Clem, you mean you'll help me?
I didn't say so. But I might as well once you have your mind made up to anything. But Henry and I are going to be mighty sorry to see you go. We sort of figured on taking you into partnership with us.
Well, wait till I come back loaded down with gold, Clem. Well, I'm going to be rich, and the money won't come from building wagons.
And so, one of the first wagons to roll out of the Studebaker shop was a bulging, big-wheeled prairie schooner, a masterpiece of craftsmanship. Young John Studebaker had little trouble in trading this wagon to a prospective purchaser in exchange for his passage to the Pacific coast. But one night as the caravan was encamped on the bank of the Missouri River...
Very interesting. Here they are, men. Here they are. 3 little shells, and right here is a pea. I put the pea under the first shell and move them, so. Who'll wager $10 that he can locate the pea?
I'll bet you $10, mister. It's under the second shell.
The young man bets me $10 that it's under the second shell. Would you like to bet a little more?
Sure. I'll make it $30.
It's a bet. See? You lose.
I saw how you did it that time. Try it again. I'll bet $30 more.
Watch closely, young man. Watch closely.
It's under the third one.
Lift the shells yourself, son.
Yes. Oh. Well, gee, that's all the money I have.
Too bad, Studebaker. Maybe this'll teach you not to gamble.
Reckon it will. From now on, I'll do a little investigating. Investigate what's under a shell. But $60 is a lot of money to pay for one lesson.
3 months later, a caravan of travel-stained wagons bumps around a narrow, rugged mountain pass in the Sierras. Coming to the edge of a high precipice, the lead wagon suddenly jolts to a halt.
Gee, for a minute it looked like you were going plumb over the cliff.
This dad-blamed wagon, this makes the second wheel I've busted in 3 months.
I got an extra wheel in my wagon. You can use that.
There's no use, Studebaker. Look at that axle. Splintered to shavings. I can't go on.
Well, you can't stay here. All the rest of us are behind you. How are we going to get past?
I don't know.
Well, you could load your stuff in my wagon. In 2 more days, we'll reach Hangtown.
Your wagon ain't strong enough to hold the load.
Sure it is. Come on, man. Give us a hand here.
Well, just pile the stuff here, man. I'll get the mules unhitched. I've had trouble ever since I started. Why don't they make these darn wagons strong enough?
You should have bought one for my brother Clem.
Yeah, we got her unloaded. Now, how can we get her out of the way?
All right, give me a hand, men. Shove on the right side.
Hey, you're going to push her over the cliff?
Well, why not? All ready, boys?
Yeah.
All right, heave! 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 There she goes!
That's the end of her.
Oh, don't worry. You can find another one when we get to Hangtown. All right, pile that stuff in the back end. We're heading for the gold fields. Right. Come on. All right, give me a hand here.
So this is Hangtown,
Hangtown, all right.
Hey, Joe, here's another batch immigrant. Say, is any of you men got a wagon for sale? Mine busted down about 3 days ago. Who's the blacksmith here?
I am. But I can't help you. I've been looking for a wagon maker for 6 months. I was hoping there'd be one among you.
Why, this fella right here is a wagon maker.
Is that true?
Yes, I suppose so.
Well, good. I'm Joe Brigham, and I got more work than I can handle. What's your name, son?
Studebaker.
Well, grab your duffel and come along.
Oh, wait a minute, mister. You got me wrong. I didn't come here to make wagons. No, I want to prospect for gold.
Oh, everybody does that. But I'm offering you a job, a real honest-to-goodness job.
Oh, I'm sorry. I can't take it.
Listen, Studebaker, these here mountains are crammed with young fellas looking for gold. Some finds it and some don't. And if you're wise, you take this job. You got any money?
Oh, about 50 cents.
Think you can go prospecting on 50 cents? Not on your tin type. Now, you join up with me, and I'll give you $10 for each one you make.
For each wagon?
No, wheelbarrows. I got orders for hundreds of them. And you can pick up a little extra money fixing the stagecoach. It busts down every Saturday.
It's a go, mister. But I'm warning you, I never made a business of manufacturing wheelbarrows.
Well, you'll learn. You'll learn a lot of things if you stick around Hangtown.
For 5 years, John Studebaker remained in California while his 2 elder brothers labored industriously in their South Bend shop. Then, late one afternoon, as Clem Studebaker looked up from his smoking forge...
Hello there, Clem. What are you making, a baby buggy?
John, why, you young whippersnapper. Why didn't you tell me you were coming back?
Well, I came by boat over the isthmus. Just dropped off the stagecoach.
Well, I'll be... Say, you're looking healthy,
fine.
Won't Henry be surprised? He took a wagon over to old man Corton's place.
Say, how's business?
Not so good. Henry and I have been busy enough, but nobody's got any cash. We got a whole collection of promissory notes, 5 horses, 3 cows, and about 20 sheep. Pretty soon they'll be asking us to trade our wagons for skunks.
Well, do you still want me as a partner?
Sure do.
You know, I found out a lot of valuable things while I was in California by collecting the wagons that came into Hangtown. I'm convinced now that there is a future in this business, if we make prairies.
Henry don't think so. He says he wasn't cut out to be a wagon maker. He wants to take up farming.
All right, then I'll buy out his interest. We'll build an addition onto the shop. We'll hire some more men.
Yeah, with what? Takes money.
Help me off with my coat, will you?
Sure.
Haven't been out of my clothes since I left California.
Yeah, they look it, too. Say, what you got there underneath the shirt?
Cut it with your knife, will you? I had to have it sewed on.
Oh. There. I got it. Well, it's a money belt. Heavier than lead, too. What's in it?
Gold. $8,000 worth of gold nuggets.
What? Well, I'll be darned. You found a gold mine after all.
Nope. I never even tried to look for gold. I built wheelbarrows and wagons. And I found out that a good, steady job is the only real way to make money. Now, every cent of this is going into the Studebaker Company. From now on, Clem, we're expanding.
John Studebaker's gold started the firm on its way to fame and fortune, and before long, all Indiana was clamoring for Studebaker wagons. Slowly, under the level-headed guidance of Clem, the business branched east and west, building covered wagons, regal carriages, and dependable low-priced buggies. Then, during the Civil War, Studebaker sales diminished, for the factory was devoted to turning out fighting equipment for the government. In 1874, a great fire leveled the buildings to ashes. Overcoming hardship and catastrophe, the Studebaker brothers forged ahead, increasing their earnings to $16 million. But in 1897, an ominous cloud, a threat to the wagon industry, loomed over the horizon.
What do you think of the contraption, Clem? Say, what do you think of it?
I don't know. Runs, no doubt about that.
Will it ever take the place of a horse-drawn buggy?
All right, you can turn it off now.
Yes, sir.
Personally,
I don't know. I can't see why anyone would want to ride anything like that. It makes an infernal racket.
Well, I can't help it, the men who thought it out. They're pioneers in a new field.
That's discouraging. We spent our whole lives trying to build wagons that would satisfy the need of everyone. Now it looks as though all our work may have been wasted.
Not entirely.
Do you realize what'll happen if people take to this rattle box?
Yep. We'll have to build the blame things ourselves.
Are you serious, Clem?
Certainly. We've done a little pioneering in our time. We've helped shove the frontier clear out to the Pacific. We've made wagons that could cross the roughest trails or climb the highest mountains. Surely you wouldn't want to stop now.
Well, I don't like to jump into a thing at first sight. Investigate it a little more. Before I put money into this horseless carriage, I want to be certain of what makes it run, and I want to operate it myself. I never like to gamble.
Good principle, John. Always investigate.
Yeah. A man taught that to me on the banks of the Missouri River. A man with 3 walnut shells and a pea. It turned out to be a pretty valuable lesson, and it only cost me $60.
All right, John. Unhook that lid. We'll find out what makes the darn thing go.
In 1901, as the automobile was first gaining popularity, Clem Studebaker died at the age of 70. John Studebaker carried on his work until 1917, taking an active part in the reorganization of the company. All honor to the Studebaker brothers, philanthropists, pioneers, master craftsmen, captains of industry.
Kreml Hair Tonic and Kreml Shampoo present the new adventures of Sherlock Holmes, starring Nigel Bruce as Dr. Watson and Tom Conway as Sherlock Holmes. Now let's drop in again on Sherlock Holmes' famous colleague, Dr. Watson. Good evening, Dr. Watson.
Good evening, Mr. Bell. I was watching from the window as you drove up. Do my eyes deceive me, or haven't you a brand new car?
I'm glad to say I have, Dr. Watson. You want to come out for a spin?
No, thank you. Some other time, perhaps. I can't help thinking of the first time I ever accepted such an invitation.
I sent a story, Dr. Watson, and judging from the reminiscent expression, one in which you and your friend, Mr. Sherlock Holmes, were both concerned.
Oh, hardly, Doctor. You're quite right, my boy. Sherlock Holmes and I took our first ride in a motor car together back in the autumn of 1903. When Holmes had just concluded the affair of the creeping man.
I refuse to listen to any more hints, Dr. Watson, unless you're going to tell us the whole story.
Oh, of course, Mr. Bell. As soon as you've had your word with our listeners, I'll relate the strange account which I've entered in my casebook as the adventure of the horseless carriage.
Men, if you want to be a success in life, remember that well-groomed hair means a lot to a man's appearance. I've heard so many men complain lately that the hairdressing they use is too greasy or too highly perfumed. That's why I urge you to try Kreml Hair Tonic. This highly specialized hair tonic has just enough light oil to keep hair handsomely groomed, every lock in place, with a rich, healthy-looking luster. Yet Kreml never leaves the hair looking or feeling greasy or sticky. This is because Kreml contains a special combination of hair grooming ingredients which is found in no other hair tonic. After you apply Kreml, just run your hand over your hair. Notice how delightfully clean your hair feels. So tempting for the ladies to touch. Notice how no greasy film comes off on your hand or hatband. Kreml always gives hair such a handsome, clean-cut look, as if you just combed it. And it keeps it that way all day long. Kreml, Kreml Hair Tonic. Now, Dr. Watson, you have my undivided attention. How about the adventure of the horseless carriage?
It all began one morning when Holmes and I were breakfasting in our rooms in Baker Street. Holmes was opening his mail.
If you can tear yourself away from the kidneys and bacon for a moment, Watson, I'd like to read you a letter.
It's a bad habit, Holmes, burdening your mind with problems at breakfast. It appears a suggestion, told you so 100 times, but go ahead.
My dear Mr. Holmes, my friend Mr. Alexander Holder of the banking firm of Holder and Stevenson of Threadneedle Street informs me that you recently were of great assistance to him in a highly confidential matter. I'm therefore taking the liberty of calling upon you at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning, Tuesday, in the hope of obtaining your assistance and advice. Yours faithfully, Austin Grierson.
Austin Grierson. Seems to me I've heard or read about that name somewhere, Lecter. That's more to you.
Thank you, no. Take a look at his letter and see if you can form any conclusion from it, while I have a glance at what our reference books can offer on Mr. Grierson.
Mailed yesterday. Postmarked Southampton. Mr. Grierson is presumably well-to-do. The notepaper is expensive quality.
Capital, Watson. What else?
Nothing else, I can see.
My dear Watson, nothing else that you observe, you mean. Mr. Grierson has evidently written under the stress of strong emotion. Notice how the pen nib has dug into the paper at several points. He is evidently a man who is used to having his own way. The manner in which he appoints the hour at which he will call upon us today indicates that. He is obviously mechanically minded, and despite his wealth, still interests himself in machinery.
Oh, now, Holmes, how can you tell that?
There are faint traces of 2 fingerprints of the writer's left hand, where he held the paper with fingers that were a trifle oily. And your nostrils should enable you to identify the very faint odor of machine oil.
No, not my nostrils.
The light is better over here near the window. Let's see what our reference book says.
Well?
Austin Grierson, Chairman, Board of Directors, Southampton Machine Works, patentee of Grierson's internal combustion engine for motor cars.
That's where I saw his name in a newspaper account concerning a race of some of these idiotic new horseless carriages.
Quite so. And furthermore, Watson, I can tell you that Mr. Grierson is fond of animals, and especially a large Airedale.
Now, Holmes, I absolutely refuse to believe that you can deduce that from the fellow's letter.
I never said I could. But it's precisely 10 o'clock, and Mr. Grierson, complete with Airedale, has just been ushered in our front door by Mrs. Hudson.
Amazing deduction, I must say. You saw it out of the blasted window.
Come in. Good morning, Mr. Grierson.
Good morning, gentlemen.
I'm Sherlock Holmes, and this is my colleague, Dr. Watson.
How do you do? How do you do, sir?
How do you do, sir? Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson, I'm glad to meet you. Quiet, Jeff, quiet there. This is my colleague and a very good guardian, too.
Well, sit down, Mr. Grierson, and tell me why you feel the need of a watchdog. The newness of his collar and lead would indicate that you've only recently acquired him.
You're quite right, Mr. Holmes. Well, I'll get to the point at once. I made all my money in machinery. I don't mind saying it, I'm a pretty wealthy man. During the past 3 years, I've devoted all my time and most of my fortune to developing the coming wonder of the world, sir, the motor car.
Wonder of the world, eh? You can never replace the horse, Mr. Grierson. Never.
You sound like my nephew Edward, Dr. Watson. He shares your opinion. But I assure you, sir, that if my new motor car can only win the forthcoming endurance test, of which you may have read, I shall have no difficulty in selling a car a week.
52 cars a year? Preposterous.
Nevertheless, it is the case, Dr. Watson. In fact, Mr. Holmes, it is the very excellence of my prospects that has brought me to you.
How's that, Mr. Grierson?
I have just recently completed and been testing the first model of my new car. 2 cylinders instead of the old-fashioned 1. Tremendous power, Mr. Holmes. The endurance test is to be held tomorrow over a course from Southampton to Alton and back. A distance of over 40 miles.
40 miles?
And I feel certain that my new car will win. And as you can easily imagine, gentlemen, the ensuing publicity will be invaluable. In fact, Mr. Holmes, I have no hesitation in saying that I must win.
I see.
At least one of the backers of the other 3 cars that entered in this contest feels the same way. And the last 2 weeks there have been one very definite attempt to damage my new car, and yesterday a second attempt almost resulted in my death.
Evidently, some people do take these horseless carriages seriously.
Yes, Dr. Watson. Unlike you and my nephew Edward, who feels that I'm dissipating the family fortunes in a mad scheme, some people do. Only the fortunate fact that I was driving slowly at the moment saved me from death when the testing apparatus broke.
It could not have been an accident, Mr. Grierson? Did the mechanism show definite signs of being tampered with?
Beyond any doubt, Mr. Holmes. There were file marks on the steering yoke.
And you are certain that these attempts are being made by outside sources, not by members of your own family or persons associated with your venture?
My family and fellow workers are above suspicion, Mr. Holmes. So I hope that you will undertake to guard both the car and myself during the next 24 hours until the race is over.
Under one condition, Mr. Grierson.
Name it, sir.
I'm always anxious to experience a new sensation. My condition is that you take Dr. Watson and myself for a drive in your racer as soon as we can get to Southampton.
What?
Done, Mr. Holmes.
Not I. You'll never get me to risk my life in one of those wretched things. choke you. Oh, thank heavens. That's better.
Have to slow down. Wouldn't do to frighten that farmer's horse to be passing.
Whoa, Bess, whoa, steady, girl. Confound your stinking motor car.
Useful vehicle if you have to slow down almost to a standstill every time you see a horse.
Don't worry, Doctor. The horse will get used to it.
Not if they show horse sense. How do you like that, Holmes?
Appalling, my dear Watson.
Well, gentlemen, here we are, safely home again.
A most interesting experience, Mr. Grayson.
Oh, phew. I'll feel better when I've washed off some of this dust.
Go up to the house in a moment, Dr. Watson. I'm so sorry there's no place to wash up down here in the barn. I've been keeping the car here for the past couple of weeks instead of down at the machine works. At least this old barn is near the house. I wonder where that fellow Simmons can be.
Just a moment, gentlemen. I'll hang up your dusters in this cupboard.
Here, now, get away from that car, you two. If you don't, your skulls will be bashed in with this spinner.
Just a moment, my good man. There's no need for you to be offensive.
I know who you are. You're someone of those
Hold
sneaky
on,
people.
Simmons, hold on. These gentlemen are friends of mine. This is Mr. Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson.
Oh.
This is Joe Simmons, gentlemen.
Oh, hi,
Good morning,
Simmons.
The foreman of my machine works and the best motor car mechanic in the world.
You'll understand my suspicions, Mr. Grayson, when I tell you that Mr. Charles saw some bloke hanging about here while you were up in London.
What, did you catch him?
No, I'm sorry to say I didn't, sir. We chased him, but the blighter got away. Hello, Uncle Austin. How did she run?
Perfectly, Charles, perfectly. You and Joe have a tune to a hair. Gentlemen, my nephew, Charles Grayson, who helped me design my car. Charles, Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson.
How do you do?
How do you do?
She's a beauty, isn't she, gentlemen?
Come, let's go up to the house for some tea. Simmons, you will be here on guard tonight?
You bet I will, Mr. Grayson.
And keep Jeff with you. Stay here, Jeff. Good dog. Good dog.
It was rotten luck, that fellow getting away, Uncle. I was gaining on him till I climbed the fence near the road, and then I gave my ankle a twist that ended all hope of catching him.
Oh, too bad, Charles.
Tell me, Mr. Grayson, have you or your nephew any suspicions that might indicate which one of your competitors is behind these attempts?
No, not a thing.
I wish we had, Mr. Holmes.
Have you taken any precautions?
We've rigged an alarm bell from the barn to the house. Simmons has only to touch a lever, and the gong will ring in the main hall.
What of Simmons himself? There's such a thing as bribery, you know.
I'd stake my life on Joe's honesty. He's been with me 20 years.
Now that I've washed the dust off the outside, I'm glad to see that you gentlemen have something that'll do the job internally.
Yes. You are, Doctor.
Oh, thank you.
Hello, Uncle Austin.
Good evening.
Oh, Helen, my dear. This is Mr. Holmes and Dr. Watson. My ward, Miss Helen Lacey, and her fiancé, my other nephew, Edward Grayson.
How do you do?
I'm glad to see you gentlemen survived your ride in my uncle's infernal contrivance.
To my surprise, we did. I gather that you agree with my low opinion of the horseless carriage.
I've told my uncle often enough that I regard it in the same light as the South Sea bubble.
Oh, now, Edward, don't get started on that again.
Just you wait until we've won the race and are turning out cars by the dozen, Edward, and you'll find yourself with plenty of legal work on your hands.
Taking care of damage suits, probably.
By the way, I ran across a rather odd thing today in a letter of inquiry from America. Did you know that in all countries except England, people drive on the wrong side of the road?
What? Do you mean to say that in other countries they don't keep to the left?
Absolutely not. They drive on the right.
Barbaric.
Mr. Holmes and Dr. Watson are going to be staying with us, Helen, until... The alarm. Good Scott! Simmons!
The car!
Something's happened.
Hurry!
Simmons! Let us in. You all right?
I'm all right.
Why did you ring the alarm?
Oh, look at that, Mr. Holmes.
Jeff!
Right. The dog.
He's dead.
Of all the rotten things.
And from the rigor of the limbs, I have no doubt he was poisoned.
No question of it, Holmes.
The scoundrel must have been frightened off by the alarm bell before he could tackle Simmons. What do you think, Mr. Holmes?
I think, Mr. Grayson, that Dr. Watson and I will stand guard over the car until race time tomorrow. I wouldn't like to see Jeff's fate visited upon a human being.
Go!
Car number 4. 10 seconds to go.
Good luck, Mr. Grayson.
You've done your job, Mr. Holmes. Now I'll do mine.
Careful of that curve near Petersfield, Uncle.
Be careful, Uncle.
Good luck. Come back all in one piece.
Car number 4. Go.
What's the time, Helen?
1 hour and 46 minutes.
With luck, the first car should be finishing soon, shouldn't it?
You're overlooking the time necessary for changing tires, Mr. Holmes. After all, covering better than 40 miles at top speed, they have to make 2 or 3 changes.
Yes, I never heard of having to change a horse's shoes 2 or 3 times in 40 miles, did you?
Oh, quiet, Watson.
The day will come, Dr. Watson, when you'll see tires that will go as much as 500 miles without requiring replacement.
Don't mind him, Dr. Watson. He has the same delusions as my uncle of the future of these dreadful machines.
There he comes. There he goes.
What color's the car, Edward? Can you see?
So much dust on it.
I just make a flash of red.
The Grayson's red.
It's your uncle.
Right, Joe, yes, so it is.
We've won! We've won!
I told you we'd win.
Well, come on. Let's be the first to congratulate Uncle.
Well, Holmes, our little job is finished now.
I hope so, Watson. I hope so.
Well, I'll admit the way Mr. Grayson took the bridge outside Alton, my heart was in my mouth. But it was a great race.
Hello, everybody.
Hello, Charles.
Hello, Charles.
Where's Mr. Grayson, Charles?
Oh, I left him down in the barn. He's crooning over the car like a mother.
You don't think, Mr. Holmes, that the twisters who've been causing this trouble would try any tricks now that the race is over, do you, sir?
I hardly think anyone will make any attempts on the car.
Oh, here's a telegram for you, Mr. Holmes. It just arrived.
Thank you.
Is Uncle Austin still down at the barn? Just passed by there. Thought I heard a motor running.
Uncle's promised to let me drive the next race.
I'm glad it's you and not Edward who likes motors.
I say, Holmes, where are you going?
Down to the barn.
You don't think that there's anything wrong, do you?
I told you, Watson, I was no longer concerned about the car. Give me a hand with this door, Watson. Seems to be stuck.
Here, let me get my shoulder against it.
Now.
Push. Back, Watson, back. What is it, Holmes?
What's wrong?
What's the matter?
Don't go in there. That motor's still running. Those fumes are deadly carbon monoxide. Edward, take Helen back to the house.
No, Holmes, don't.
I've got to get Grayson out.
All right, I'll help you.
No, you don't, Dr. Watson. If you go in, there'll be 3 of you to drag out.
Here. Give me a hand. That's better. Take care of him, Watson.
It's no use going on with that artificial respiration, Charles. I'm afraid there's nothing further that we can do for your uncle.
Will you get in touch with the police, Charles?
I'll send someone to town right away.
I'd best get down to the factory and tell them what's happened. There'll be no party over the victory tonight.
There's another devilish thing that you can charge up to the motor car, Holmes. Grayson evidently stayed in the closed barn with the motor running, was overcome by the deadly fumes, fell, and died of suffocation.
And how do you account for that deep wound at the back of his head?
Well, obviously, when he fell, he struck his head against the metal bonnet of the car. You saw the blood on the edge of the bonnet, didn't you?
Quite so. And I also noticed that Grierson's face is extremely pale. Did you notice that, Watson?
Yes, of course. What of it?
Simply that carbon monoxide victims invariably show a cherry red discoloration of the face.
What do you mean, Holmes?
This is no accident, Watson. This is murder.
In just a moment, we'll rejoin Sherlock Holmes as he endeavors to solve the mysterious death of Austin Grierson. Every man who takes pride in his appearance should know that handsome, healthy-looking hair needs a hygienic scalp. That's why when you buy a hair tonic, be sure to get your money's worth. Don't just settle for any hair dressing when you can enjoy the extra advantages of Kreml hair tonic. This highly specialized hair tonic contains an amazing combination of hair grooming ingredients which is found in no other hair tonic. Kreml keeps dry, stubborn hair neatly in place all day and always gives hair such a natural, well-groomed appearance, never sticky or greasy. But men, Kreml does lots more than keep hair looking handsome. Kreml leaves your scalp feeling so alive. At the same time, it removes dandruff flakes. It's simply great to lubricate a dry scalp. And if your hair is so dry it breaks and falls when you comb it, Kreml actually helps condition the hair, in that it makes it feel softer, more pliable. So, men, buy a bottle of Kreml at any drug counter. Ask for an application at your barber shop. Let Kreml help keep your scalp hygienic, your hair always looking its very best. Kreml, Kreml Hair Tonic. Now, Dr. Watson, what happened after Sherlock Holmes discovered Mr. Grierson had not died accidentally but had been murdered?
Well, I was still the only one to whom Holmes had revealed the shocking discovery, and he'd cautioned me to say nothing of it. As we walked back to the house a few minutes later, I suggested a theory.
And on what do you base your suspicions of Edward, Watson?
Well, it's obvious. Grierson told us last night that his two nephews would inherit equally. And Edward has made no secret of the fact that he felt his uncle was throwing away the family fortune in this wild venture. Besides, he had the opportunity. What do you think, Holmes?
I think, Watson, that the libel laws being what they are, and Edward being a lawyer, you had better not air your opinion where he can hear you.
Oh, really?
Ah, Edward. How is Helen?
She's resting upstairs, Mr. Holmes. One of the maids is staying with her. This horrible affair has shaken her badly.
Of course.
I've sent Joe Simmons to town with a message for the police, Mr. Holmes.
Thank you, Charles.
I'm afraid it'll be the better part of an hour before we can expect them.
I wonder, Watson, if you'd be good enough to take care of this little matter that I've noted down on the slip of paper.
Huh? That's right. I'll see to it at once, Holmes.
Gentlemen, I gathered from what your uncle said last night that you will now be the joint owners of the Southampton Machine Works and of his motor car patents.
Yes.
Do you intend to carry on as before?
Of course not, Mr. Holmes. My uncle knew how I felt about all this expensive foolishness.
I've agreed to buy out Edward's share, and he's going up to London to carry on his legal career.
Well, if you don't need me for anything further, Mr. Holmes, I think I'll sit upstairs and see how Helen is doing.
Of course, Edward. I hope you'll find her bearing up under the shock.
Thank you.
Charles, there are one or two minor points that I'd like to get clear in my own mind before the police arrive.
Anything I can tell you, Mr. Holmes, I'll be glad to.
Now, Charles, when we left you and your uncle, he was about to have you check some question regarding the sparking plugs in the motor. Is that right?
Quite, Mr. Holmes. I opened the bonnet and removed the sparking plugs for Uncle's inspection. Meanwhile, he refilled the petrol tank.
So that there would be sufficient petrol to allow him to test the motor, I assume.
That's right. The tank was almost empty after the race.
Precisely. You didn't help him refill the tank then, did you?
No, I was busy removing the sparking plugs.
And when you were finished?
Uncle told me not to wait for him, that he wanted to run the engine for a few minutes and that I should join you others up here.
And you came straight from the barn to the room in which we all were?
Why, yes.
You stopped nowhere on the way?
Nowhere, Mr. Holmes.
Well, that all seems simple enough.
Yes, I took care of that little matter, Holmes.
Is everything satisfactory?
Quite.
Excellent. If you and Charles will excuse me, Watson, I'll be back in a few minutes.
Why, certainly, Mr. Holmes.
By the way, Charles, Dr. Watson and I will be returning to London as soon as the police have been here.
Very well. I suppose, Dr. Watson, that this tragic accident confirms your distaste for the motor car.
Yes, it does, Charles. Or rather, it would if Holmes hadn't convinced me that it wasn't an accident.
What do you mean?
Something I couldn't. I thought Holmes had told you that...
Told me what?
Nothing. Nothing.
I insist on knowing what you're hinting. Are you implying that my uncle's death was not accidental?
Well, of course it didn't occur to me. But Holmes pointed out that in the case of monoxide poisoning, the face and lips would be congested, and your uncle's face was pale. Holmes seemed to think that
I'll see for myself what Holmes thinks. I won't stand for any insinuations that...
Holmes seemed to think that your uncle was... Oh, gone.
Watson, did he take the bait?
Swallowed it hook, line, and sinker.
Good work, Watson. You evidently carried out my instructions in the note to perfection.
Yes, I think I convinced him that I left the cat out of the bag quite accidentally. He said he was going off to have it out with you at once.
He must have changed his mind rather suddenly, judging from the way he hurried down the hall and tiptoed out of the front door.
I don't understand.
To prove that Austin Grierson was murdered, Watson, would be a matter of utmost simplicity. But my certainty that it was Charles who murdered him rests upon so slender a bit of evidence that I'm sure no jury in the world would convict him. It was necessary to make Charles betray himself, and he fell into our trap. His very flight is a confession of guilt. Ah, listen.
That's why you told me to remove those things, sparking plugs, you call them, from the car.
Quite. So that Charles would be forced to make his escape on one of the horses, once he'd discovered that the car would not start.
But Holmes, undoubtedly, he'll take the fastest horse. How on earth are we going to catch up with him?
In the motor car, of course.
The motor car, but Simmons isn't here. Who on earth's going to drive the infernal thing?
I observed Mr. Grierson's actions rather closely yesterday. I feel quite certain that I am competent to operate the machine.
Oh, this is the end.
Come on, Watson. Show me where you hid those sparking plugs.
Slow down. It's so dark I can barely see the road.
Keep your eyes open, Watson. We should be overtaking him any moment. And keep your service revolver ready.
Hello, there's something up ahead there. Just caught a glimpse of it against the skyline.
There he is. Brace yourself, Watson. I'm going to cut in ahead of him. Stop or we fire. Good shot, Watson. You killed me, you devil. Take a look at him, Watson.
Got him through the shoulder. Painful, but not fatal.
Blast you, Holmes. You had the devil's own luck. I can assure you it wasn't luck that gave you away and revealed your whole scheme. You thought that once your uncle was out of the way and you had bought out your brother's interest, you would have sole control of a business that would prove a gold mine. You can't prove it.
A gold mine? Why, Edward told me that Mr. Grierson had sunk a fortune into his experiments.
So he had. But what Edward did not know, but Charles had evidently learned, was that the banking firm of Holden Stevenson had offered Mr. Grierson £100,000 for his patents. The offer was dependent upon his winning the race. The telegram I received yesterday from Holden Stevenson was an answer to my inquiry. You devil.
Good heavens, then, Holmes, all those previous attempts at sabotage...
Those were designed to make us think that some competitor was responsible. All meant to point away from the real murderer.
The dog. Why poison the dog?
Another attempt to lead us off the track by making us believe strangers were responsible.
But, Holmes, what was it that made you realize that it was Charles who killed his uncle?
As I've often told you, Watson, you see, but you do not observe. You may remember that when we returned from our drive, Mr. Austin Grierson, when you wanted to wash off the dust, told you that there was no place in the barn where you could do so.
What on earth's that got to do with it?
When this fellow here had removed the sparking plugs after the race at his uncle's request, his hands must have been covered with dirt and grease. But when he joined us at the house, his hands were quite clean. He told me when I questioned him that he had not stopped anywhere on the way. Obviously, it must have been he that filled the petrol tank so that the engine would keep running after he had killed his uncle. Nothing but petrol would have washed off the oil and dirt from his hands.
Good heavens, Holmes, and that was a slender clue which told you that he'd killed Grierson.
So slender a clue, Watson, that it was only your excellent performance that betrayed this fellow into the flight that will convict him.
Oh, thanks very much. Only did what you told me, Holmes.
In just a moment, Dr. Watson will be back to tell us about next week's story. Ladies, of course you use a shampoo to wash your hair. But just a word of caution. There are many popular shampoos today which leave the hair lustrous but have a tendency to dry the hair. And here's why I advise you to always use Kreml. Lovely Powers models were among the first to discover the amazing beautifying qualities of Kreml shampoo.
Yes, Mr. Bell. The girls claim no other shampoo leaves hair with more brilliant, glossy, natural highlights. Yet, under no circumstances does Kreml shampoo ever dry your hair.
Kreml shampoo is not a soapless shampoo. It's not a cream shampoo. It's entirely different.
It really is different, Mr. Bell. After a Kreml shampoo, the hair actually radiates natural, brilliant luster. But Kreml shampoo has a built-in oil base, which helps keep the hair from becoming dry or brittle.
So, ladies, be smart. Always wash your hair with Kreml shampoo. It leaves hair a vision of shining beauty, yet in no way hurts the texture. Kreml, Kreml shampoo. Now, Dr. Watson, what about next week?
Well, now, let me see. Next week, I think I'll tell you a story I always referred to as Q for murder.
Q for murder? That sounds as if it concerned the theater, Dr. Watson.
That's where you're wrong, Mr. Bell.
Oh?
This adventure took place in the depth of Limehouse near the docks and concerned a particularly unpleasant and fiendish murderer.
Tonight's Sherlock Holmes adventure was suggested by an incident in Sir Arthur Conan Doyle's story, The Beryl Coronet. Nigel Bruce appeared by permission of California Pictures. Tom Conway through the courtesy of Eagle Lion Pictures. The Sherlock Holmes series is produced by Tom McKnight, with original music composed and conducted by Alex Steinert. This is Joseph Bell speaking for Kreml Hair Tonic and Kreml Shampoo, and inviting you to be with us next week at this same time, when Dr. Watson will tell us about Q for Murder. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
Adventures in Research. Probably the most roundly abused and soundly despised invention that ever benefited mankind is his best friend and worst enemy, the alarm clock. It gets a good many dirty looks and nasty mutterings every day. But there is another invention that follows a close second in human ingratitude. This one saves countless lives a day, yet earns nothing but abuse and condemnation. This is Paul Shannon bringing you another transcribed story of science produced as a public service in cooperation with the Westinghouse Research Laboratories. And today telling you the story behind two colored lights that have saved many lives and have earned immortality in rhyme. You probably have heard about two little colors, green, then red. If you don't obey both, you're apt to be dead. Yes, this is the story of the green and the red, and man's second most maligned invention. Before the days of the automobile, traffic wasn't much of a problem. Oh, there might be a few tie-ups of wagons on the cobblestone streets. But once you left the streets and stretches of macadam behind and headed for the open road, then you found out why it was called the open road.
Come on, Sally. Easy there. Open road, my clavicle. If it's open, it's only open down the middle. If these ruts get any deeper...
Why don't somebody fix them, Pa?
Oh, beats me, Tad. Hang on now. I swear this road gets worse every spring. I reckon the freezing and thawing splits the ground apart more and more.
Look out for that hole there, Pa.
I see it. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Whew. Steady. I don't know why folks can't keep their roads in better condition. But I'll be glad to get back to home and rest my frame. I feel like I'm jolted to jelly. Sure don't know why somebody don't fix this road.
But Pa...
Yeah, there ought to be a dad-blamed law about anybody letting a road get as bad as this.
But Pa, we're almost home. This is our road we're on.
I've got a good mind to... our road, eh, Tad? Oh, well, I guess it ain't really so bad. Come on, Sally. Come on.
Throughout the United States, the main traffic problem was roads, wretched, rough, and rutted, mud deep after winter thaws, and dust layered through the summer. And most people didn't give much thought to them.
Serves the blame fool right for using it. Nobody asked him to try to get into my place.
And because railroads had expanded and were hauling most of the distant traffic, regional roads fell into disuse. There were no more stagecoaches or pony express riders to insist that the roads be trafficable. In general, the upkeep of the roads was up to the rural property owners, who could pay their road tax in money or in work.
$37. Frank, I won't pay it, that's all.
Now, hold your horses, Jim. Just hold your horses.
But $37.
I didn't say in cash. You can work it out. Just give me some of your time to help get the road in shape.
That's all well and good, Frank. But I got chores aplenty right now. I don't know when I can ever get time.
No hurry, Jim. We'll get around to it sometime. That's all. Much obliged.
By 1904, the first highway census was taken. And although the rural roads totaled about 2 million miles, only some 150,000 miles were surface in any form, and only 150 miles in all the United States had any kind of paving. And so in 1904, there just wasn't much of a traffic problem. But 10 years later, there were automobiles, and there were traffic problems.
Oh, for heaven's sake, Mac, shut that window. Fella can't hear himself think with that racket.
Okay. Man, what a traffic jam down there.
Well, they'll get it straightened out. It's not your worry.
I know. But did you ever stop to think about the future? More people buying gas buggies every day. Or before long, they'll be tied up in knots so tight they'll never get untangled.
Well, when that happens, they'll pass a law against them.
Are you kidding? Pass a law against cars? Don't be ridiculous. There'll be more and more of them. That means traffic jams at every corner.
Oh, what are you getting worked up about? When that happens, they'll put a traffic policeman on the corner, just like they have down on Main and Spruce.
A policeman on every corner? Where could they get that many police? Why, that'd take thousands, millions of them.
Oh, for pity's sake, Mac, don't make such a big thing of it. They'll straighten it out somehow. It isn't your lookout. Those crazy loons want to buy a car and spend their day tooting their fool horns at the guy ahead of them. Why, what's it to you?
I guess you're right. Yeah, but what's going to happen to them?
How should I know? Forget it.
I guess so. After all, I don't even own a car. Well, I gotta be going. So long. Hey, excuse me, pal. Any chance of holding it so I can get across the street?
Go ahead if you can. They got this corner in such a mess, you can't complicate it any.
Yeah, I see. Well, I'll cut across right here, I guess. If I'm ever going to get home,
Home? I'm an hour late already. I'd be better off like you, walking, I guess. They got all these cars messed up at every corner.
Every corner?
Sure. This is the fourth jam I've been in just 6 blocks.
Oh.
You'd think they'd do something about it, huh?
Yeah. Say, that's a nice buggy you got there.
Oh, yeah, you like it?
Yeah.
Oh, thanks. I'd offer you a lift, only...
yeah, I see what you mean. Well, thanks anyway.
Yeah. Well, you'll get there faster walking, I guess.
Even so, having a car would be mighty nice, I guess. Everybody seems to be buying one.
Well, there's nothing like it. Traffic jam or not. You can't beat them for sparking. You see, my girl and me, we go off for a drive in the evening, and I drive with one arm. Say, reminds me of a joke I heard the other day. Now, stop me if you've heard this. You know why there's more automobile accidents than train accidents? You know?
No, why?
Because the engineer isn't always kissing the fireman. You get it? In a car, you see, chances are a guy and his girl are... You get it?
Yeah. But, hey, how come, really, huh? I mean, how do they keep from having traffic jams along the railroad?
How should I know? I guess they got lights that change color when another train's coming or something. But that's not the joke. You see, the engineer isn't always...
Get moving, will you?
Oh, yeah. Traffic's moving. So long, pal.
But what I want to know is, why couldn't they?
Colored lights? Well, I never heard of nothing as silly.
That'd be worth a try, just like the railroads. On a corner like that and down there. You'd have a light in the middle of the street, flash red for stop one way, green for go the other. Then switch the colors around, stop the go street, and flash green on the other one.
Colored lights? Well, first of all, in the daytime, you couldn't see them. In the second place, you wouldn't get people to obey them. And in the third place,
And so in 1914, in Cleveland, Ohio, the traffic light was born. It stood about 3 feet high in the center of an intersection, a red light pointing one way and a green light the other. It wasn't much of a traffic light, but it was a beginning. And other cities with the same traffic headaches as Cleveland adopted the idea with variations of their own.
San Francisco adopted a semaphore signal that screamed every time it changed directions by blowing an automatic whistle.
Philadelphia dreamed up an idea for one mammoth light that would be visible for miles if the driver would only look in the right direction.
And in New York, notably on Fifth Avenue, traffic towers were erected and policemen operated hand signals from a safe height. But all this didn't solve the ever-increasing traffic problem. Major intersections in metropolitan cities handled as many as 8,000 cars and 30,000 pedestrians an hour. So even the green and red blinking traffic light couldn't do everything to alleviate the traffic jams. In the early days of the traffic light, a simple clockwork controlled the red and green at set intervals. Later, the control device was made to handle more than one light.
Come on, move along there, move along.
But, officer, this fella here has me blocked out because he stopped by that traffic light up there.
Well, you can't stop here.
I can't do anything. If they'd ever get those blasted lights working right, they wouldn't tie a guy up so you cops could come in
Now,
here
wait
and keep
a minute. You look here, Bob. You can't
But wait,
talk
I
to
gotta
him.
get
You
to
can't
work,
talk to him.
As more and more cars moved around the city thoroughfares, the battle of the intersections increased. Take Route 10 in Seattle, Washington. Every night during rush hour, traffic backed up for as much as half a mile. There were squealing brakes, tangled fenders, and frayed tempers.
Why, you either goodness in the brake. Why don't you watch where you're going?
The reason? No less than 15 conflicting traffic movements. No matter how the signals were set, the traffic snarled. Something had to be done. Traffic engineers and electrical experts got together to create a fabulous gadget, a traffic signal with a brain.
We call it the actuated signal because it sets itself to suit traffic conditions at any particular moment. The thing is almost human, but there's nothing mysterious about how it works. It's like any other traffic light with two items added. First, there is the electric detector which feels a car approach the intersection. Usually, this is a pressure plate which responds to the car's weight, or a contrivance which sends out electric impulses when its magnetic field is disturbed, somewhat like the electric eye. This message is received by a sort of electronic switchboard that weighs and measures traffic conditions as indicated by the number of impulses it receives from various streets. Suppose a number of cars are driving along First Street and only a few along Main. The signal then shoots the green light to the heavier traffic street. But then the actuated signal remembers the traffic piling up on Main, and when enough cars are waiting there, it zips another signal, and there's the green light for those cars.
Simple as that. But actuated signal traffic lights are smoothing out the wrinkles and the jams in the battle of the intersections. For example, they operate on the famed Triangle of Detroit, where 96,000 cars pour through in an average day. Thanks to these traffic lights with brains, a car can zip through a welter of traffic with an average of only one stop and start. Cars get through with 42% fewer delays than when the intersection was controlled by ordinary signals and traffic police. Yes, thanks to the modern traffic light, traffic flows more smoothly, with fewer delays, and with a minimum of frayed tempers. And most important, accidents drop as much as 90%. Just think of that. The next time you're held up by this much-abused, blinking boon to the motorist. Life-saving product of another adventure in research. And that's today's Adventures in Research, produced in cooperation with the Westinghouse Research Laboratories. These programs are broadcast to Armed Forces personnel overseas through the facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Join us again next week for another transcribed story of science on Adventures in Research.
The story you are about to hear is true. Only the names have been changed to protect the innocent.
Fatima Cigarettes, best of all long cigarettes, brings you Dragnet.
You're a detective sergeant. You're assigned to auto theft detail. A well-organized ring of car thieves begins operations in your city. It's one of the most puzzling cases you've ever encountered. Your job? Break it. You'll be amazed when you compare Fatima with other long cigarettes.
You'll find they now cost the same. But in Fatima, the difference is quality.
You see, Fatima is the quality king-size cigarette because it contains the finest domestic and Turkish tobaccos superbly blended. And Fatima is extra mild, with a much different, much better flavor and aroma than any other long cigarette.
So compare Fatima yourself. Fatimas now cost the same as other long cigarettes, but your first puff will tell you...
Ah, that's different.
Yes, in Fatima, the difference is quality. Ask your dealer for Fatima, the quality king-size cigarette. Best of all long cigarettes. Start enjoying Fatima tomorrow.
Dragnet, the documented drama of an actual crime. For the next 30 minutes, in cooperation with the Los Angeles Police Department, you will travel step by step on the side of the law through an actual case transcribed from official police files. From beginning to end, from crime to punishment, Dragnet is the story of your police force in action.
It was Monday, May 11th. It was fair in Los Angeles. We were working the day watch out of auto theft detail. My partner's Ben Romero. The boss is Captain Stilson. My name's Friday. It was 8:35 a.m. when I got to room 40, auto theft division. Captain's office.
Morning, Friday.
Morning.
Hi, Joe.
Ben?
You want to sit down?
Thank you.
I was just telling Romero here. I'm briefing all the men in the bureau on this thing. That's the reason I called you two in.
Yeah.
I got some figures here I want to go over with you.
All right.
As you know, the percentage of all auto theft recoveries is 96 to 98% on the average. That's normally.
Yeah.
In checking the monthly averages the past 4 months, that percentage has dropped to the low 80s.
Quite a drop.
Corner Pocket thinks so, too. They want some action on it.
Well, we've been working on it.
There's
absolutely no pattern to the thefts. Time, location, the method. Makes it impossible to stake out on it.
Yeah, those are some of the reasons our percentage is taking such a dive. I know the problems. We all do, but we got to break this thing soon.
Well, it figures we're dealing with a well-organized bunch. They know what they're doing.
And cross-checking all the reports, it seems to boil down to this in general. It appears that all the outstanding thefts are GM cars. Cads, Pontiacs, Chevys, Oldsmobiles. All late models, all seem to be in good condition, low-mileage cars.
Well, in addition to the regular broadcast and teletypes, we got out a special bulletin on us, didn't we?
That's right. All the thefts were listed, license, make, model, and color. Been sent to all major cities and border patrol stations. Nothing so far.
I was checking through the salvage reports. Salvage by. Do you have the last 2 months air skipper, March and April?
Yeah, right here. I noticed the same thing. That outfit down on San Pedro Street.
Yeah. Let me see. Oh, yeah. This is a composite on the reports for the past 2 months?
That's right.
This one here. Herman Salvage, 2716 West San Pedro. They seem to deal a little heavy on General Motors cars, don't they?
Yeah, they do. I've been watching the buys on this place for the past few weeks now. I wanted to make sure it wasn't coincidence.
Well, looks like a good place to run down anyway.
You two want to check it out?
All right, fine. 2716 West San Pedro.
That's it. Outfit appears to be okay. Never been out of line.
Seems funny they should deal with the top avian GM cars, doesn't it?
Right when our recovery percentage takes a dive, yeah.
Do you have the last salvage report there, Captain?
Yeah.
The last one?
Here you are.
Thank you. Yeah. Here's one for Herman's, 1949 Cadillac. And a little further down, Herman's again, 47 Olds. Yeah, there's 5 GM buys on the list. Herman got 4 out of 5 of them.
Let's find out why.
From the time an automobile is first manufactured and sold, a constant and complete record is maintained on that automobile. His certificate of ownership, the pink slip in the state of California. His certificate of registration, the white slip. These 2 slips of paper contain the information necessary for the positive identification of your car. A fact that every motorist knows. Now, there are many agencies that work for the protection and security of your automobile. One of these is the National Auto Theft Bureau, a kind of nationwide clearinghouse. Acting upon information supplied by the various insurance companies and other allied agencies, this bureau forwards all facts and figures concerning the disposition of motor vehicles on a nationwide basis. Reports are made available to all law enforcement agencies. One of the pieces of information put out by the National Auto Theft Bureau is the salvage report, listing all sales and purchases of automobiles that, for one reason or another, may have been relegated to the junkyard or to the salvage company. A fact that many motorists may not know. 9:14 a.m., Ben and I checked through the police commission and found that the owner of Herman's Salvage was a Herman Lester. He had been in business at the same location for 6 years and appeared to be a reputable businessman. We drove down to 2716 West San Pedro to check it out. It was an average-looking garage with a connecting salvage yard filled with several hundred smashed-up cars of all makes and models. It was 9:32 a.m. when we walked into the garage.
There's a fellow there in a white shirt.
Yeah, I see him.
Can I help you, gentlemen? Yes, sir. Police officers. Auto theft detail?
Oh, yes. I don't believe I know you fellas. My name's Lester.
This is Sergeant Friday. My name's Romero.
How you do?
How are you? Are you the owner here?
Yeah, that's right. Hey, whatever happened to Mac and Donovan? Used to drop in once, twice a month. I haven't seen them for 2-3 weeks now.
Well, they're a little busy on a special assignment.
Oh, I see.
All right, if we look around here?
Oh, you bet. Make yourselves right at home. Anything special?
No, just looking.
Okay.
Notice you've been pretty busy, huh?
Yeah, had a pretty good month. Salvage racket's going to get sour again, looks like, with the Korean War and all the cutbacks.
Doesn't seem to have hit you so far.
Well, no, not so far. Looks like it may tighten up any time.
I noticed from our salvage report you've been doing a big business in GM merchandise.
Yeah, we have. You know, they're starting to build tanks back there now. We wanted to make sure we wouldn't run short on parts.
You get a lot of call for GM parts, do you?
Oh, yeah, we sure do. Everybody in town knows if they need something for a Caddy or a Buick or any of those cars, this is the place to come. We kind of built up a reputation specializing in GM used parts.
I see.
Mind if we check your last few buys?
Fine.
You have a 49 Cadillac, 47 Old, Pontiac 48, 1949 Chevrolet. Wonder if we might see those.
Yes, sir. Right out in the yard. Back this way. All 4 of them are really bent up. Bad shape. Just breaks your heart to see beautiful merchandise like that all smashed up. I don't know what people are thinking of the way they drive.
Yeah.
And you take a new Caddy, one of those new convertibles, really beautiful merchandise. Somebody takes one out, rolls it, we pick it up and tow it down here. Beautiful car like that all rolled up in a ball.
Georgia Street Receiving Hospital probably picked up the rear.
Yeah, it was really a shame. Well, here we go. There's a Caddy.
Oh, yeah.
Let's see. The Olds and the Pontiac are in that row there. You see them?
Yeah.
And that Chevrolet, wasn't it?
Yes, sir. 1949.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. There she is over there. Third car down. Maroon. See it?
Maroon one, yeah. Down there.
Yeah. Looks like a graveyard, doesn't it?
Sure does. What'll you do with all these cars? Strip them down for parts?
Well, at least the 4 you're checking now, yeah. They're all total wrecks. Nothing much can be done with them except for parts.
Mm-hmm. How about that Cadillac down there, the sedan?
Huh?
That one over there. Can't you fix that one up? That doesn't look beyond repair from here.
Oh, step around the other side here. You can't see from where you're standing. Here. And the right side's all stove in. By the time you figure replacing those side panels and fenders, trim, we couldn't come out on it.
Yeah, I see now. Well, I don't know too much about it, but it'll look good from over there.
Yeah, that's what we get all the time. People want us to pay top prices for stuff we can't get our money out of. If we could repair them, fix them up, and resell them as a complete automobile, there'd be a lot of money in this business.
You do that with some of them, don't you?
Oh, very few of them, I'll tell you. That's what we look for, but we don't always get lucky.
I see.
Say, how'd you boys like to see some really beautiful merchandise?
What's that?
Well, come on back in the shop.
All right.
Kind of a hobby of mine. Here's what keeps us busy. Plates and pink slips on their way up to Sacramento for cancellation. Yeah, over this way. Here we are. Take a look at this baby.
Yeah. A hot rod, huh?
No, not exactly. We don't go in for that kid stuff racing around town.
Well, sure looks like one.
Yeah, but it's a little better than most of the kids can throw together.
What'll it do?
We clocked her up at Muroc at 112 last weekend. You know, they've been coming in here from all over town to see this car.
That's so.
Yeah. You ever get up to Muroc Dry Lake?
No, I never do, but that's the place for it. Running around town on those things can cause a lot of accidents.
Those drag races the kids have? Yeah. We don't go in for that stuff. This is strictly scientific as far as I'm concerned. I like to build them up, see what we can make them do.
Cost a lot of money, don't they?
Got $5,400 in this one right now. I'm putting more into it. Mallory ignition, milled heads, twin Wakefields. Here, let me start it up for you.
Okay.
120 horses under there.
Yeah, sounds good.
Listen at that. Beautiful, isn't it?
Yeah.
A lot of power here. Sure is. You ought to see it up at the lake. He really goes.
Yeah, I'll bet.
Is this all made up out of salvage cars?
Every bit of it. Have to buy a few things new, but most of it's right out of wrecks like those outside there.
Takes a lot of talent to build up something like this from scrap, doesn't it?
No, not really. After you've been at it as long as I have, it's not too tough. The trick is to get more speed out of them than anyone else can.
Yeah, you did a good job on this car, all right?
Oh, if you put your mind to it, you can do a lot with a wrecked car.
Before we left Herman's Salvage, we checked all 4 of the GM cars that were listed on the salvage report. We made a careful check on all of the cars in the yard and in the garage, paying special attention to the few cars that were in the process of being rebuilt by Herman Lester's mechanics. We went over his records, carefully checking the disposition of all of his buys for the past several months. Everything was in perfect order. We found that in the past 3 weeks, Lester had taken in 10 cars. 8 of them had been stripped down for parts, and 2 of them had been rebuilt and resold. The investigation showed that 4 of those cars were GM cars, and the 2 that were resold were both General Motors. 11:28 a.m. Ben and I drove back to the office and asked Mac and Donovan if they'd check through the 2 resale cars to make sure everything was in order, as the reports indicated. We checked through on the remaining 8 cars that were listed by Herman Lester as broken down for parts. According to DMV, all plates and pink slips had been returned to them for cancellation. 11:50 a.m.
Well, that's it, Joe.
Yeah.
8 of the cars check out. 2 of those were GMs.
Yeah, well, that leaves just the 2 that Mac and Donovan are checking, huh?
I don't know. Everything down there looked all right. It's a cinch Lester wasn't holding back anything, as far as I could tell. It's cooperative. Everything in order.
If those 2 that Mac and Donovan are working on check out.
I got a hunch they will. Seems to me Lester told us everything. Everything we asked him, anyway. I don't think he held back.
If he did, I got an idea who might be able to tell us somebody's been left out in the cold here.
What are you getting at?
Well, now, if Herman's been able to buy up all those GM cars, what have the other salvage dealers been doing about it?
That's a thought.
Let's check his competition. 12:40 p.m. We drove back down to West San Pedro Street. We picked out a group of salvage companies in the immediate neighborhood close to Herman's. 3209 West San Pedro, John's Wrecking Yard. We introduced ourselves and started to talk with the owner, a John Bacon. A routine check was made of his establishment, and as far as we could tell, everything appeared to be okay.
And that's all you made, huh? Just that one buy?
That's it. 1946 Ford. We're dying a slow death.
Business pretty bad, huh?
Never seen it worse. At least as far as we're concerned.
How do you account for that, Mr. Bacon?
Oh, everything, I guess. Business bad all over at the moment. Scrap metal situation's in a state of flux at the present time.
In looking around, Mr. Bacon, we noticed you don't have much in the way of General Motors stuff. Is that because of GM going into war production? Any cutback would eventually affect you fellas, wouldn't it?
No, not at all. Cutback would, sure, but there's no tremendous curtailment right at the present time. They're still turning out a lot of automobiles back there.
Well, then what's your problem?
We're being outbid right up and down the line by the same outfit.
Who's that, sir?
A company by the name of Herman Salvage, just up the street there. Go out to buy a piece of merchandise, their boys just won't let us get near it.
They pay more than you do, huh?
More than we can, Sergeant. I honestly don't see how they're coming out on some of their deals.
It's that much out of line, huh?
Certainly is. You know, whenever there's anything available, all the salvage companies get their bid in. Well, Herman simply outbids all of us.
Yeah, it makes it kind of rough.
I'm not the only one. Pete Larkin up the street, old man Henry next door, all of us. I don't know what we can do about it. Herman seems to be doing all right, no matter what he pays for his cars.
Mm-hmm.
None of us can figure it out. Just judging from the number of cars he outbids us on and the number he rebuilds, I just can't see how he's coming out.
But he is, huh?
Figure he's laying odds on a big shortage. That's what all of us think.
He's laying in a stockpile. Is that the idea?
Sure. What else could it be?
We continued our check on all salvage dealers, both in the neighborhood of Herman Lester's place and throughout the city. It seemed to be a fact well known to most dealers that Herman was outbidding all of them on any and all GM automobiles. The only possible explanation was that he must be trying to lay in a large stockpile of this particular make of car. 3:35 p.m. We received word from Sergeants Mack and Donovan that they had checked out the 2 remaining cars listed in Herman's books, the resales. Ben was right. They checked out with no discrepancy. During the next 10 days, the investigation continued. The theft of late-model GM cars continued with few recoveries. Suspects were arrested and questioned. We could find no connection that might lead us to an organized ring of car thieves that might be responsible for the lack of GM car recoveries. The salvage reports showed no change in Herman's buying technique. Apparently, he was still dealing heavy on the one particular make of car. Thursday, May 25th. We received a teletype from DMV listing all the salvage buy transfers. In making our usual daily check of this teletype, we noticed a 1949 Cadillac, engine number 598-77415. It had been resold from salvage to a used car lot.
That's the place right up the block.
Yeah, I see.
Same cad we saw in Herman's salvage yard.
Yeah, it's funny, isn't it? The one in particular that I asked him about, you remember?
Yeah, I remember. You thought it could be fixed up. He said no.
It's only been a little over 2 weeks ago, hasn't it?
Yeah, that's right.
Well, still doesn't prove anything.
Here we are. Jake's. This is the place.
Yeah, there's a cad in the front line right down there, huh?
Mm-hmm. I don't see anyone around, do you?
No, I don't. Well, I guess it's all right to check the engine number anyway.
Yeah, I'll get the hood released.
Right. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, the engine's had a good steam cleaning. Let's see. 598-77-415.
That's it. Herman sure did a nice job on it, didn't he?
Yeah. Almost looks too good, doesn't it?
Yeah, just a minute.
Yeah.
Body serial doesn't match. Doesn't correspond with the engine model.
It's a 49 body. Could be a late 49, but it's a definite switch, isn't it?
It sure is. That's funny.
Yeah. Look at this right side here. This was the bad side, wasn't it?
Yeah, that's right.
Does it look like it's been rolled out to you?
No, there's no feathering, no orange peel. Either that's the best repaint job I've ever seen or it's never been in an accident.
I'll take a look underneath. Huh?
Yeah, all right.
Okay. Want to move your feet there?
Yeah, all right. Anything?
No, nothing. There's not a seam or a joint under there. No welding marks of any kind. This car's never been in a smash-up.
The engine number checks, the body doesn't.
And this is the one Herman couldn't fix up.
Yeah, that's what he said. Maybe he changed his mind.
Or he lied.
You are listening to Dragnet. From beginning to end, Dragnet is the authentic story of your police force in action.
Now, from beginning to end, the Fatima story. Actual convincing proof that in Fatima, the difference is quality.
Quality of tobaccos. The finest domestic and Turkish varieties, extra mild and superbly blended to give you a much different, much better flavor and aroma.
Quality of manufacture. Smooth, round, perfect cigarettes. Rolled in the finest paper money can buy. Manufactured in the newest and most modern of all cigarette factories.
Quality, even to the appearance of the bright, clean, golden yellow package. Carefully wrapped and sealed to bring you Fatima's rich, fresh, extra mild flavor.
Because of its quality, its extra mildness, its better flavor and aroma, more long cigarette smokers are now insisting on Fatima than ever before.
So if you smoke a long cigarette, compare Fatima. You'll find they now cost the same. But your first puff will tell you,
ah, that's different.
Yes, in Fatima, the difference is quality. Insist on Fatima. Start enjoying the quality king-size cigarette. Fatima. Best of all long cigarettes.
1949 Cadillac, engine number 598-77415. In checking out this automobile, Ben and I had found that the engine number corresponded with the salvage report concerning Herman Lester's place. The one big item that did not jibe was the fact that the engine was now mounted in a different body than when the car left the factory, a fact that had to be accounted for in complete detail. When we had checked this automobile on the 11th of May at Herman's salvage yard, both engine and body numbers corresponded. In taking a close look at the car, it was obvious that the body had not been repaired in any way. It was clear that this particular car had not been in any kind of collision. We went back to the rear of the lot and asked one of the salesmen not to sell the car without informing us. When we got back to the office, we started rechecking all of the auto theft reports. We found 5 stolen Cadillacs, but all the body styles and models were different, with the exception of one, a 1949 Cadillac sedan, reported stolen on May 14th. It was registered in the name of William Brownell. We checked his home and found that he was at work. He was a superintendent for the North American van lines. We drove over and picked him up and took him to Jake's used car lot on Vermont Avenue.
This is the car, Mr. Brownell.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's just like mine, but I don't think it's the one.
Are you sure?
For one thing, it's a different color. My car was maroon.
You want to step over here, Mr. Brownell?
Sure.
Now, if you'll look very closely here on the door edging and on the jamb. Right here, see? This is the one place sometimes they miss with a spray gun if they're going to repaint.
Oh, yeah, there's a faint trace of red under the blue paint there.
Looks like it could be maroon, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does at that.
This car's been repainted. It was maroon.
Well, mine didn't have these kind of seat covers. Let's see. Same kind of upholstery I had, though, underneath here. I don't know.
Mr. Brownell, there must be something other than the color and the upholstery that you'd know your own car by.
Never gave it much thought.
Well, there's usually some little identifying mark of some kind. I know that on my car, the lens on the right headlight got broken, and I had to replace it with one that didn't match.
Something like that, sir?
Let me see. Could I look inside there a minute?
Sure.
Right here under the speedometer, there was a thumbprint pressed in at the factory. It was pretty deep. No, it's not there now.
And don't forget that the car's been repainted. It might have been covered up.
No, this was clear down to the metal. Apparently, when they were installing the instruments at the factory, the panel wasn't dry yet. Not there now, and they couldn't have covered it up unless they made a special point of it.
Well, sometimes that's done. Car thieves are kind of clever.
I'm sorry, gentlemen. I don't think this is my car. Don't think I don't wish it was, but it's not.
Can you think of just one other thing, maybe? Just one mark of identification is all we need.
No. Even these tires aren't mine. I had white sidewalls.
Well, could have been switched.
They were pretty new. Wait a minute. I think I remember something. No, there's no rip up there.
What's that, sir?
I just thought of something. The boys down at the office gave me a St. Christopher medal. You know, the large metal kind you're supposed to bolt to your dashboard?
Yes, sir.
I didn't want to put it on, so I carried it around with me in the car. There was a rip up there in the inner lining of the top, but you see there's no rip in this.
Let me see.
How about it, Ben?
Yeah, I can feel it.
Does it feel like a metal?
Let me get my pocket knife on it.
Okay. What do you think? They replaced the cloth up there?
I don't know.
Yeah, here it is.
Mm-hmm. Is this it, Mr. Brownell?
That's it. Look, on the back there, my name's engraved on it, you see?
Yes, sir.
Well, I sure didn't think this was my car. I never would have known it.
That's what the guys figured who stole it. The 1949 Cadillac was taken to the police garage and a complete and thorough check was made. The car, with the exception of the engine, was positively identified as the property of William Brownell. This definitely implicated Herman Lester and showed his salvage operations to be illegitimate. He had obviously been buying one particular make of salvage automobile, outbidding all his competitors to do so. When he would buy a piece of wrecked equipment, an exact duplicate would be stolen to match it. He would then dispose of the engine from the stolen vehicle and replace it with a salvage engine. With this system of operation, Herman Salvage had been enjoying a lucrative business, which accounted for a great percentage of the stolen cars that we hadn't been able to recover. 7:25 p.m., May 25th. We drove out to pick up Herman Lester. His home address was listed as 8625 Wonderland Drive. It was up in the Laurel Canyon district, a heavily wooded section of Los Angeles.
Pretty nice place up in there.
Yeah, but you can see of it through the trees. Now, let's go.
Mm-hmm. Look at that, Joe.
Yeah.
Looks like a 50 O's. Everything there but the engine. No plates.
Mm-hmm. I didn't notice that from the street, did you?
Never could have seen it from down there.
Looks like a garage back up in there, doesn't it?
Perfect spot. Can't see any of this from the street with all those trees. Pretty fancy layout for a home garage. Good size.
Yeah. Somebody's working up in there.
Yeah.
Come on.
Hi there. Brings you fellas way up here.
Want to have a little talk with you.
Oh, you bet. Come on in the house. Have a cold beer, huh?
No, this will be all right.
Joe, you got a hot sheet?
Yeah, right here.
Kind of caught me by surprise here, working out in the garage.
Yeah, that figures, Lester. These plates are from a stolen car.
Are you sure?
That's right.
You remember a 49 Cadillac we looked at down at your place a couple of weeks ago?
I'm not sure. 49 Cad?
That's right. Whatever became of that car?
Oh, now I remember. Yeah, I sold that car to Jake's over in Vermont.
Thought you told us you couldn't fix it up.
I don't remember. You sure you don't mean some other car now?
No, it's the same one. You know the one we mean. Now, how about it?
How about what?
That was a stolen car, Lester, and you know it. That's a stolen car out there in the yard, isn't it?
What's that hoist, Ben?
There he goes, Joe. All right, Lester, hold it. Duck it, duck, Joe. All right, now, come on. Drop it, Lester. Drop the hammer.
Go me.
All right. I'll get the cuffs, Joe.
Oh, come on, get up on your feet.
All right, come on. On your feet.
Stand still.
Rough one, huh?
Yeah.
Come on, Lester. Let's go.
How'd you find out? Who tipped you off?
St. Christopher.
The story you've just heard was true. Only the names were changed to protect the innocent.
On August 15th, trial was held in Superior Court, Department 82, City and County of Los Angeles, State of California. In a moment, the results of that trial.
And now, here is our star, Jack Webb.
Thank you. Friends, one of the first things a detective learns is that you can't rely on snap judgments or first appearances. You get all the evidence first, and then you arrive at a decision. And that's just as true when it comes to choosing a king-size cigarette. Place a Fatima alongside any other king-size cigarette. Now, side by side, they'll look identical. When you smoke them, you'll find a world of difference. You'll find, as I have, in Fatima, the difference is quality. Quality that gives you extra mildness, a much better flavor and aroma. If you haven't smoked Fatimas yet, buy a pack tomorrow and see if you don't agree. In Fatima, the difference is quality.
Herman W. Lester was tried and convicted on 3 counts of grand theft auto and 2 counts of grand theft money, all sentences to run consecutively. Grand theft auto is punishable by imprisonment for a term of 1 to 5 years, grand theft money by a term of 1 to 10 years. The suspect was also filed on by federal authorities for violation of the Dyer Act. You have just heard Dragnet, a series of authentic cases from official files. Technical advice comes from the Office of Chief of Police W.H. Parker, Los Angeles Police Department.
Fatima Cigarettes, best of all long cigarettes, has brought you Dragnet, portions transcribed from Los Angeles.
Stay tuned for Counter Spy, next over many NBC stations.
The Jack Benny Program, presented by Lucky Strike.
Feeling low.
Feeling tense.
These 8 words are common sense. Smoke a Lucky
To feel your level best.
Smoke a Lucky
To feel your level best.
Yes, to feel your level best. Smoke a Lucky, because Lucky's fine tobacco picks you up when you're low, calms you down when you're tense, puts you on the right level to feel and do your level best. That's what fine tobacco can do for you. And remember, LSMFT, LSMFT, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So the next time you buy cigarettes, ask for the cigarette of fine tobacco Lucky Strike. For remember, Lucky's fine tobacco picks you up when you're low, calms you down when you're tense, put you on the right level to feel and do your level best. Yes, smoke a Lucky to feel your level best.
The Lucky Strike program, starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Ladies and gentlemen, television is not only here, it's here to stay. And like other stars in radio, Jack Benny is preparing for the future. So now we take you out to Beverly Hills. At the moment, Jack is sleeping while Rochester is going about his morning chores.
Well, first I better clean up the living room. What a mess. Television sure has Mr. Benny worried. Every night he rehearses a different act. But he's certainly serious about it. Last night he even had a dancing teacher here. Imagine him trying to do that kind of a dance. Oh, well, I might as well pick up his clothes and let the air out of the balloons. Isn't that cute? He even put an ironing board up on 2 chairs and used it for a runway. Let's see, where'll I put these balloons? Oh, hello, Polly.
A pretty girl is like a melody.
Oh, were you here last night when Mr. Benny was taking his dancing lesson? He'll be happy to hear that. Now, Polly, I'll get you some breakfast as soon as I straighten up the... Coming! Oh, good morning, Mr. Mailman.
Good morning, Rochester. Well, there was too much mail to put in the box, so I thought I'd bring it in. Here are the letters.
Thank you.
And here are Mr. Benny's magazines. Body Beautiful.
Uh-huh.
Women's Home Companion.
Uh-huh.
True Story.
Uh-huh.
Lonely Hearts.
Uh-huh.
And this book, The Manly Art of Self-Defense.
Say, I didn't know...
Oh, pardon me, that goes to Mike Romanoff. Well, I must be getting along.
Is that all the mail you have for Mr. Benny?
No, I'm still carrying that letter with postage due on it. But I guess there's no use going through that again.
No, I guess not. How long ago was that letter mailed?
I don't know. It was handed down to me by my father. Well, goodbye.
Goodbye. Well, I think I'll take this mail to Mr. Benny's room. It's time he got up anyway. Mr. Benny, it's 11 o'clock. Mr. Benny, wake up. Mr. Benny. Gypsy Rose.
A pretty girl.
Boss, it's only me.
Oh, good morning, Rochester. What time is it?
It's 11 o'clock. I brought you the mail. Do you want to look at it?
Oh, yes, give it to me.
Aren't you going to put your glasses on?
I can't. I broke them last night when I fell off the runway. I mean, the ironing board.
It's all right, boss. I know.
Well, Rochester, take the ironing board down and hide the balloons. I don't want anyone to know about my dancing. Now, let's see the mail. What's this one? Oh, it's from my violin teacher, Professor LeBlanc. Monsieur Benny, as you know, tomorrow I must give you a violin lesson. I will be there unless I catch pneumonia. Please excuse the writing, as it is dark here in the deep freeze. Open the next envelope, Rochester.
Yes, sir. Oh, here's a letter from Max Factor.
Max Factor? What does he say?
Dear Mr. Benny, this is the third letter we have sent you reminding you of your March payment is past due. Either pay it immediately or we'll snatch it off your head.
Let him snatch it. It's got moth holes all over it. Let's see. What's this? This is from the California Bank. It's another letter about that loan.
What are you going to do, boss?
I'm going to turn him down. Now, let's see. That's funny. Here's one from the barber shop on the corner. Dear Mr. Benny, we are writing to all of our customers who got shaved here last Saturday. Are you missing an ear? P.S. If not called for in 30 days, we will add it to our collection. Is there anything else, Rochester?
Just this circular. You won't be interested in it.
What is it?
Here.
Automobile prices reduced. Buy a new car now and save money. Liberal allowances on trade-ins. You know, Rochester, maybe I ought to try and...
I'll get it.
Oh, say, Rochester, no matter who it is, don't mention anything about the new dance I've been working on.
I won't.
Remember.
Coming!
Hello, Rochester.
Hello, Miss Livingston. Come on in.
Mr. Benny home?
Yeah, he's getting dressed. He'll be down in a minute.
Well, then I'll wait. And don't let me interrupt you, Rochester. Go ahead and finish your ironing.
Ironing?
Yes, you've got the ironing board up, haven't you?
Oh, I wasn't using that. You see, Mr. Benny was... Uh-oh.
Mr. Benny was what?
Well, he was getting ready to wallpaper the living room.
Well, back home I used to help my mother paper our house, and Mr. Benny is going at it the wrong way. It seems to me that...
Well, good morning, Mary.
Oh, good morning, Jack. Rochester told me what you were doing with the ironing board.
Oh, he did, eh? Rochester, I told you not to say anything about what...
But, Jack, you should be glad he told me. I can show you a few tricks.
What do you know about it?
Oh, I used to do it with my mother.
What?
Oh, Mama was wonderful. She used to work with a brush in each hand.
A brush in each hand? Well, didn't your father object?
No, if she didn't do it, he'd have to.
Mary, dollface, what are you talking about? Huh?
Wallpapering the house.
Oh, wallpapering. Oh, of course. Good boy, Rochester. I'm going to do that later, Mary, but right now I'm trying to make a big decision.
What big decision?
Well, I just received this circular from an automobile company, and I've been thinking maybe I ought to trade in my car and buy a new one.
Well, it's about time. What are you going to get, a Chandler or an Essex?
Oh, don't be funny. I'm going to get a real... I'll take it.
Hello? Hello, Jackson. I'm calling from the country club. I thought maybe you'd come out and play some golf.
Well, I can't today. I'm going out and buy a new car.
Operator, you gave me the wrong number.
She did not. It's me. And I am going to buy a car.
Oh. What kind of a car are you going to get, Jackson?
Well, I don't know. I was thinking of getting a Cadillac.
Operator, why can't I get the right
number? I told you it's me.
Oh.
You asked me if I wanted to play golf, and I told you I couldn't.
Well, look, Jackson, I'm running a picture at my house tonight. Would you like to come over and see it?
Gee, I'd love to, but I can't. You see, last night I broke my glasses.
Oh, how'd you break them?
I fell off the runway.
Operator, I wish you'd give me the right... You got it!
Phil, it's me, Gypsy. I mean, Jackson. Phil, I'm sorry. Phil, I'm sorry I can't play golf with you. Why don't you call Remley?
I called Remley. He's right here now.
Oh, Frankie's with you, eh?
Yeah, he's sitting over there at the table drinking a glass of milk.
Operator! Somebody else is on.
No, Jack. It's me.
Oh. Well, what's this about Frankie drinking milk?
Doctor's orders. Drinking too much bourbon.
Oh.
That caused a shortage of calcium in his system.
Uh-huh.
So the doctor made him drink milk.
So Frankie could get more calcium?
Yeah, that'll make his teeth stronger.
Why does he want to strengthen his teeth?
So he can pull the corks out of the bourbon bottle.
What?
You can't gum them things, you know.
I know. Anyway, I'm proud of Frankie drinking milk. Let me talk to him, will you, Phil?
Okay. Hey, Frankie. He can't hear a thing since he got a shave last Saturday.
Phil, do you mean that...
So long, Gypsy. We got 8 holes to play.
All right, goodbye, Phil. I generally play 18 holes, but I guess Phil isn't as strong as I am. Mary, Phil wanted me to play golf with him, but I'm going out and look at some of those new cars. You want to go with me?
Oh, sure, Jack. But while you were on the phone, Don Wilson of the Sportsman came in. They're waiting for you in the library.
Oh. Hello, Don.
Hello, Jack.
Hiya, fellas. Well, Don, I know what you're here for, but make it quick, will you? Mary and I have to leave in a few minutes.
Okay. Now, Jack, we've got a wonderful arrangement of Mendelssohn's Spring Song. And as a surprise, we put in a special violin part for you.
Oh, Don, really, you shouldn't have done that.
Well, we can take it out.
Oh, no, I've got the violin right here, under my chin. Just give me the music.
Here you are.
Okay, now, all right, now just a second while I tune up here. Just 1 second, Don, I get him. Now, let's see, Mendelssohn's Spring Song. Oh, yes, I started, don't I?
Yeah, Jack.
All right, here we go, fellas. Mendelssohn's Spring Song.
Spring, a young man's fancy lightly turns to lucky stride. So round, so firm and fully packed, so easy on the draw. For lucky strike means fine tobacco, LSMFT. Oh, yes, you'll see that men who know tobacco best are happy to confess that Lucky Strike will always make you feel your level best. Oh, yes, they're better than the rest.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes, you'll feel your level best. If you are low, if you are tense, then these 8 words make common sense. Smoke a lucky.
Jack.
Huh?
You can stop curtsying. The boys have gone.
Oh. Well, come on, Mary. Let's go downtown and look for a new car. Rochester, we're ready to go. Rochester, the traffic's pretty heavy. Take it easy, will you?
Jack, what kind of a car are you going to get?
I'm not sure, Mary. You know, all the new models look so nice, and they have so many novel features. Like the Nash, for instance. I mean, the way the seats make up into twin beds. You know, maybe that's what I'll get. What are you laughing at?
You'll have the only car in the country that takes in boarders.
I wasn't thinking of that, Mary. I just thought that maybe...
Say, boss, how long have we been driving?
Exactly 14 minutes. You better start looking for a service station.
Yeah, no time to lose.
Jack, why do you have to hurry for a service station?
Well, you see, Mary, every time the car drives for 15 minutes, the water in the radiator boils over, and then it takes...
There goes old faithful!
Stop the car, Rochester. Well, I guess we'll just have to sit here for a few minutes until it cools off. That's about all.
Say, Emily, isn't that Jack Benny over there?
Where?
Over there in that Stanley steamer.
That isn't a Stanley steamer. It's a Maxwell that blew its top.
Then it is my dream man. Steady, girl, steady.
You really have a crush on him, haven't you?
Yes, and you know, Emily, I've got a confession to make. Last February, I sent Mr. Benny a Valentine card.
Did he get it?
He must have. I put it in my laundry bundle.
Oh, does he do your laundry?
Yes. When I think of him ironing my petticoats with his own little hands, I break out in goose pimples.
How romantic. What did you say on your Valentine card?
It was a beautiful poem. I wrote it myself. It went, Dear Jack, when I think of you this Valentine's Day, I can throw my vitamin pills away.
Well, I'll bet he didn't answer it.
He did, too. He said, Your lovely poem made me shake and shiver, and starting May 1st, we pick up and deliver.
Martha, open your eyes. I think they're going to drive off.
Rochester, the car should be cool enough now. Let's go.
Jack, the street we're coming to is Figueroa. That's Automobile Row.
Yeah. Turn right here, Rochester.
Yes, sir.
Gosh, look at all the automobile dealers on this street. Honest John, the Smiling Irishman, Madman Muntz, Psychiatric Sam, Wild Man Pritchard. Ah, here's the place we want. Just Plain Bill. Stop in front of this place, Rochester. Now, Rod, you can park down the street a little ways and wait for us. Come on, Mary.
Okay. Gosh, Jack, they certainly have some beautiful cars on display here.
Yes, I hope this doesn't take too long. I wouldn't want Rochester to get a ticket. He can't afford it. And besides, I have to...
Oh, here comes the salesman.
Where? Oh, yes. Oh, mister...
How do you do?
How do you do? I'm thinking of buying a new car.
Oh, good, good. Were you thinking of any particular type?
Well...
Would you like a hydromatic?
A hydromatic?
Yes, that car comes without a clutch.
Look, brother, when I pay for a new car, I want a clutch and everything. Say, this car here looks pretty good.
Yes, Jack, it's really a sporty-looking number.
Get inside and see how roomy it is.
Okay. It sure is comfortable. And say, what are these buttons?
Oh, yes. Those are for the windows. I'll show you how they work.
Gee.
Well, didn't you know the new cars had automatic window lifts?
He didn't even know they had windows.
Mary, please. What other new features do they have?
Well, I'm glad you asked that. This is the only car in the market that comes equipped with a Dynaflex superflowing unijet turbovasculator, which is synchромeshed with a multi-coil hydrotension duo-vacuum dynamometer.
Gosh. What does that do for the car?
It empties the ashtray.
Well, that's quite a feature. Mary, do you think I ought to get this car?
Well, certainly. I wouldn't think of having a car that's not equipped with a Dynaflex superflowing unijet turbovascular, which is synchro-meshed with a multi-coil hydrotension duo vacuum dynamometer. Dynamometer.
Mary, you mispronounced the word with. Gee, the more I see of this car, the more I like it. But tell me, Mr.
Call me Plain Bill.
Well, look, Plain Bill. What are all these other buttons for?
Well, they're for the heater, the radio, the lights, and the top.
Uh-huh. But what's this red button for?
Oh, that red button is for emergencies.
Emergencies?
Yes, like if you stall the car on the railroad tracks and the train is coming at 100 miles an hour, you press the red button.
And that gets the car off the tracks?
No, it makes a reservation for you at Forest Lawn.
You know, Jack, this is one of the prettiest convertibles I've ever seen. Why don't you take it?
I think I will, Mary. Tell me, Plain Bill, what's the price of this car?
$4,200.
Say, mister, do the windshield wipers on this car squirt water when you press the button?
Yes.
Well, squirt some on him. He fainted.
I didn't faint, Mary. Just that $4,200 is a lot of money.
But don't forget, we do make liberal allowances on trade-ins.
Well, my car's right outside. Suppose you come along with us and appraise it.
Yes, well, I'd be very glad to.
Right this way.
Now, which one of these cars is yours?
Oh, it's parked down the street a little ways. There it is, right there.
You mean that blue Kaiser?
No, it's behind the Kaiser.
Oh, the gray DeSoto.
No, my car's between the Kaiser and the DeSoto. Here it is. Well, I'll admit it doesn't look like much right now, but a little paint and polish, and she'll be as good as new.
What did you get, boss? A convertible or a sedan?
Nothing yet. This gentleman is going to appraise ours.
Tell me, has this car been in an accident?
No.
Well, then how come it bulges so much in the rear?
Middle-aged spread.
Don't be silly. That's the way this car was built. And it has a lot of advantages that the new cars haven't got.
Yeah, if you like tea, it boils water every 15 minutes.
Oh, stop. This man is a good judge of cars. Now, Plain Bill, get in and I'll show you how it runs. Come on, Mary. Start the car, Rochester.
Yes.
the motor needs a little... Plain Bill, where are you going?
To get a whip and a chair. This thing is dangerous.
No, it'll be all right. Try it again, Rochester. See? I told you it'd be okay.
Do you want me to drive around the block, boss?
Just a second. If I am going to appraise this car, I had better drive.
No, I'll drive. You shovel the coal.
You better let him drive, Bill. He's more used to it.
Well, it's irregular, but okay.
See, I told you, it rides very smoothly, doesn't it?
Not bad.
Now, how much of a trade-in do you think you can give me on it?
Well, now, let me see. There's a little rubber on the tires. The body needs a paint job. The upholstery isn't too bad. The motor runs. Look, would the deal include the car's radio?
Yes. Now, how much will you allow me on the car, including the radio?
$3.
$3?
You better grab it fast, Jack. The ride's made him dizzy.
I will not. I wouldn't think of trading in this car for $3. It's perfect mechanically. They don't make cars like this today. Everything built to last for years and gives you excellent service. And all the way...
Plain Bill.
Yes?
Lemon or cream?
Lemon in mine, Mary. Now, Bill, all kidding aside, how much will you allow me on my car?
$3.
But this car...
There is no use arguing. This thing is without a doubt the oldest, worst, most beat-up piece of junk I have ever seen.
What? That settles it. Rochester, stop the car. Plain Bill, I'll thank you to get out. Rochester, open the door.
That won't be necessary. It fell off.
Well, goodbye to you, sir.
Goodbye.
Rochester, drive on.
Yes, sir.
This car's good enough. I can keep it for quite a while yet.
You know, boss, you're not going to get a new car. Why don't you have this one fixed up? Put some of those modern things on it.
Like what?
Like the Dynaflex Superflowing Unijet Turbo Vasculator, which is synchronized with the multi-coil hydrotension dual vacuum dynamometer.
No, then I'd have to go out and buy an ashtray. Step on it, Rochester. I want to go home.
Jack will be back in just a moment, but first...
Feeling low.
Feeling tense. These 8 words are common sense.
Smoke a lucky.
To be your level best.
Smoke a lucky.
To be your level best.
Yes, Lucky's fine tobacco picks you up when you're low, calms you down when you're tense, puts you on the right level to feel and do your level best. It's important to know that fine tobacco can do this for you. And Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. Yes, LSMFT, LSMFT. Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. It's not surprising that more independent tobacco experts, auctioneers, buyers, and warehousemen smoke Lucky Strike regularly than the next 2 leading brands combined. So when you choose your cigarette, remember, Lucky's fine tobacco picks you up when you're low, calms you down when you're tense, puts you on the right level, the Lucky level, where you feel your best and do your best. Yes, the next time you buy cigarettes, ask for a carton of Lucky Strike.
Smoke a lucky.
To be your level best.
Smoke a lucky.
To be your level best.
Jack, you going to stop off at any other car dealers?
No, Mary, I've made up my mind. I'm going home. This car'll just have to do until I get up.
Jack, what happened? Your hair is gone.
It's my fault, Miss Livingston. I never should have driven by Max Factors.
All right. Let him keep it.
Be sure to hear Dennis Day in a Day in the life of Dennis Day. Stay tuned for the Amos and Andy Show, which follows immediately. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
I
Another cup of Maxwell House coffee, George?
Sure. Pour me a cup, Gracie.
You know, Maxwell House is always good to the last drop.
That drop's good, too.
Yes, it's Maxwell House Coffee Time, starring George Burns and Gracie Allen. With yours truly, Toby Reed, Gail Gordon, Hans Conried, Elliot Lewis, Bea Benaderet, Frank Nelson, Meredith Wilson, and the Maxwell House Orchestra, and Bill Goodwin.
For America's Thursday night's comedy enjoyment, it's George and Gracie. And for America's everyday coffee-drinking enjoyment, it's Maxwell House. Always good to the last drop.
3 years ago, George put his name on the waiting list for a new car. And at long last, that glorious moment has arrived.
Gracie, the man from the automobile agency just called. A trainload of new cars arrived from Detroit, and we get one of them.
Oh, wonderful. At last we'll have something newer than Joe and Clara Bagley. Clara's always rubbing it in that my things are older than hers.
Well, she's right. Your refrigerator is older. Your vacuum sweeper is older.
Well, even my dishwasher is older.
But, Gracie, I wash the dishes.
I know.
Well, grab your hat, honey, and let's go and get that new car. I can't wait to drive by the Bagley's house and show it off.
Oh, let me do it, George. I'll drive right into their living room.
You can't do that.
Well, why not? I drove into our living room once. It's much smaller than this.
I know, I remember that, yes. Well, let's go and get the new car.
That's right, Mr. Burns. Your name's at the top of the list. And your new car is out in the service department now being checked over.
Well, what'll it cost us?
Oh, just the list price, Mr. Burns. We don't accept bonuses.
Oh, that's fine.
Now, let's see. List price on your car is $1,750.
Okay.
With the extras, it comes to $3,400.
$3,400? What extras?
Why, extra equipment that every car needs. Things like a compass and barometer, a radar detector, Venetian blinds at all the windows.
Now, wait a minute. If you...
Built-in chrome-plated cuspidor.
What do I want with a cuspidor?
Well, sure, he can use the regular door.
Greatly.
And then there's the dashboard television set.
I can't look at a television and drive an automobile.
I see you're not a native Californian. Now, look, then there's the silver-plated fog lights that go on the front of the motor.
We don't need that stuff.
Well, certainly not. You can just leave the motor off.
Look, mister, I'm not going to take all those extras.
You're not, huh? But what do you know? I've been holding the list upside down. Your name's on the bottom.
Take it. I'll pay anything to get a new car before Joe Bagley gets one. When will the car be ready?
About an hour. They're just installing the garbage disposal unit.
Couldn't live without it. Well, I've got a meeting at the office, Gracie. Here's enough money for a down payment. When the car is ready, drive it home and put it in the garage.
All right, dear.
Put that in the garage, and I couldn't get it out. But for heaven's sake, drive carefully. Keep your hands on the wheel. Your foot on the brake. Your mouth closed. Your ears open and your eyes on the road.
Uh-huh. Is it all right if my nose just hangs there and rests?
I'll see you at home.
Meantime, George's arch rival, Joe Bagley, is hearing the news at Pop's Cigar Store.
You mean to say George is getting a new car before I get mine?
Yeah. Gracie's waiting down to the auto place right now to drive it home.
Darn it. I'd give anything to get my hands on that new car.
Well, now I'll sell you my car, Mr. Bagley. It's as good as new, latest model made.
Latest model what?
Stutz Bearcat, 1918. Got a raccoon tail on the radiator cap.
Oh, Pop,
Nobody would be dumb enough to buy a 1918 Stutz Bearcat. It's not... Wait a minute. Gracie would. Yeah, that's it. Pops, I think I'm going to wind up with George's new car. How much do you want for your Stutz?
Well, now it's in A1 condition.
How much?
And auto prices are sky high right now.
How much?
Got to make a little profit on it.
How much?
$25.
All right, here's your money. Where's the car?
Parked out in front. Now, you be careful when you get into it, Joe. Don't sit on my ukulele.
Well, Joe Bagley, how nice to see you. Did you come in here to buy a new car?
No, Gracie, I heard that you were getting one, so I came by to push it home for you.
Push it. Wanted one?
Gracie, you're an intelligent woman. Figure it out for yourself. Where are the new cars made?
Detroit.
How do they get them out here?
On the train?
If they run, why bring them out on the train?
Oh, you're right. I never thought of that. My goodness, every time I wanted to go somewhere, I'd have to put it on the train.
Exactly.
It's hard enough to find parking space for a car, let alone a train.
Sure. Now, there's no two ways about it, Gracie. They just don't build good cars anymore. In fact, the last really good car was made in 1918.
1918?
There was a vintage year. They built 30 dependable cars.
But where could I find an automobile that was made in 1918? That was 20 years ago.
30.
No, 20. I know because that's the year I was born, and I'm 20.
My mistake. But getting back to 1918 cars, I'm afraid I have the only one in town. There it is, parked out in front.
Well, I don't see it, Joe. Is it behind that concrete mixer?
That's the car.
Oh.
They don't make them like that anymore.
I didn't know they ever did.
That's a genuine Stutz Bearcat, made of the finest steel smelted in Pittsburgh. There's a car that'll run 1,000,000 miles.
Really?
It did it once, it can do it again. And what a historical background that car has got. It was built in 1918, the year of the armistice. When the Kaiser was defeated, General Blackjack Pershing rode triumphantly down Fifth Avenue in that Stutz.
Oh, really? I don't suppose you'd want to sell it, huh?
Gracie, would be like selling my own wife.
Yeah. They do look a little alike.
Darned if they don't. All right, Gracie, you can have it.
Oh, thank you, Joe. You're making a great sacrifice. How much is it?
You couldn't possibly pay what it's worth, so take it for nothing. Just give me $25 to transfer the ownership. Then I'll give you my white slip.
Oh, no, the car's enough. I won't take your underwear.
Excuse me, Mrs. Bird.
Yes?
Your new car won't be ready until tomorrow morning. We're removing the speedometer to make room for a mixmaster. Here's the priority, which will entitle you to the car when it's ready. I'll see you tomorrow.
But Mr. Oh, dear.
Oh.
Will he be mad if I don't take the new car?
Yes, he will. Gracie, I'll carry my sacrifice even further and buy it myself.
Oh, Joe, you should.
In friendship's name, I'll do it. I'm a skilled mechanic. I can probably make it run.
Oh, George, I'll never forget you for this. Here's the priority for your car.
Thank you. Here's the crank for yours.
Oh, boy, I can hardly wait to look in the garage and see my new car. I hope Gracie got it home all right. Yeah, there. Oh, no, she had a wreck. I'll never see her again. Nobody could be in a wreck like that and live.
Oh, well, how do you like it?
Gracie, thank goodness you weren't killed in the accident.
What accident?
Didn't you hit something when you drove the car home?
No, I was very careful. I didn't even hit my front fender when it fell off.
Gracie, where'd you get this car?
From Joe Bagley.
Joe Bagley?
Yes, he took the priority for our new car and sold me this one.
This pile of junk?
Junk? Well, I'll have you know this is a genuine Stutz polecat.
What?
They smelled it clear in Pittsburgh.
I don't doubt it.
And it has a historical background, too. In this car, General Pershing defeated Henry Kaiser in a game of blackjack.
This is murder.
Howdy, folks.
Oh, hello, Mr. Judson.
Hiya, Tex.
I was passing by and seen you out here in the garage. Say, ma'am, where'd you get the old relic?
I met him in vaudeville.
He means the Stutz.
Yeah, I know, dear. I was just joking to cheer you up.
Well, I'm very happy. Mr. Judson, look at this car that Joe Bagley stole Gracie.
Car? Why, it looks more like the covered wagon my great-grandpappy had when he founded the city of Dallas.
He founded it?
Yep.
Who lost it?
Who lost it? Oh, I like your sense of humor, ma'am. No, come to think of it, I ain't leaving yet.
Good, because I want to tell you what else Bagley did. He talked Gracie out of my priority for a new car.
Well, now that's a real mean trick. A man who'd do that would feed California oranges to a Texas hog. You come on, little man. You and me's going over to Joe Bagley's and force him to give you back your priority.
Good.
Oh, hello, George.
Listen, Joe. Either you take that old Stutz and give me my priority, or Mr. Judson here is going to beat you up.
That's right, Bagley. Anyone who cheats the friend of a Texan is in for a licking.
Texas. Say, what part of Texas you all from, partner?
Dallas. Why?
Well, I'm a Fort Worth boy myself.
Huh?
Do tell. Texas.
Why, sure. My pappy's got 7 oil wells.
Oh, I'm awful sorry to hear your family's on Wheelys.
Wait a minute. Mr. Judson, you came over here to whip him.
What did you say, Yankee?
This man cheated me.
Why, you falsifying little weasel. I'd skin you alive if I was sure that you was.
If you were sure that it...
Oh, I like your sense of humor, partner.
There's no mistaking those great Gershwin melodies, Meredith. It's the music of America's most famous composer.
Gershwin earned that title, Toby. He was an absolute perfectionist. He'd work round the clock till a melody was set just right. Then he worked just as hard on the harmony or a tricky rhythm effect.
And when he'd put them all together, another great hit was born.
Right. Gershwin might have worked like mad on the different parts of the song, but he never lost sight of the complete musical result. Here's one of his songs all America knows by heart. But try to recognize it from just his mellow harmony. Or now, with this rich counter melody added.
Well, both themes are wonderful, Meredith, but we need more.
All right, Toby, then we'll add the vigorous rhythm. And now we'll blend in George Gershwin's melody and complete this favorite of favorites.
Yes, the beautiful and popular The Man I Love. Friends, you see how America's favorite songs demand the expert blending of many perfect orchestral parts? Well, it's the same way with the creation of America's favorite brand of coffee, Maxwell House. Not one, but many varieties of choice Highland-grown Latin American coffees must be blended to achieve the satisfying, good-to-the-last-drop flavor of Maxwell House. Our Maxwell House experts, with careful skill, select Manizales for mellowness. For richness, they add Medellin. For vigor, they select other choice coffees. And for fine, full body, they add Bucaramangas. Blended in one great coffee, radiant roasted to flavor perfection, and brought to you vacuum packed and roaster fresh. Tomorrow, discover the extra flavor, extra satisfaction of America's favorite brand of coffee. Discover why now, more than ever, all this extra flavor and satisfaction makes Maxwell House today's outstanding coffee buy. Tomorrow, ask for Maxwell House. Always good to the last drop.
Well, this is great. Bagley's going to get my new car, and I'm stuck with a 1918 Stutz bed.
Oh, now, George, stop worrying.
With a raccoon tail yet.
I got you into this, and I'll get you out.
Got any ideas?
Oh, I've got so many ideas in my brain, I can just rattle them off. You're talking to a real rattlebrain. That didn't sound right, did it?
Did to me. Well, I'll go over and see if Bill Goodwin can help me. I'll see you later, dear.
Well, Gracie, you've gotten your husband into a mess. I know it. You ought to be ashamed. I am. You're beautiful but dumb. I'm not dumb. Well, how are you going to get that priority back from Joe Bagley? I could get it back if I went over and told his wife Clara a few lies. Gracie. You wouldn't lie. Oh, you don't know me very well, do you?
I'm glad you dropped by, Gracie. I want to thank you for giving Joe this priority for a new car.
Oh, that's all right, Clara. Just give me half the bobby pins you find in it.
Bobby pins? Mm-hmm. Gracie, are you insinuating that Joe might pick up girls?
Oh, no. It's just that girls can't resist the new cars. Why, when one drives by, they all hop on it.
They do?
Sure, haven't you heard of a car hop?
But Gracie...
Oh, now, there's nothing to worry about, Clara. They're mostly young college girls around 18 and 19 with sweaters and short skirts.
Oh, but Gracie, those college girl flirtations are harmless.
Of course.
Why, I was a college girl the first time Joe dated me. I remember we just got in his car and drove to the beach, and I'll kill him. If that worm tries to buy a new car, I'll kill him.
Oh, yeah, you're being smart, Clara. When a man gets a new car, his wife becomes a gas widow.
Here, Gracie, you take the priority. Even in a new car, your husband is safe. And as for Joe, I'll get him the oldest, most broken-down car in the world.
Well, there it is, parked in your driveway. Goodbye, Clara.
Meantime, George has gone to seek help from his friend Bill Goodwin. We find him now in Bill's apartment.
So that's the story, Bill. Bagley gets my new car tomorrow morning, and I'm stuck with a 1918 Stutz Bearcat.
Well, gee, I don't know how I can help you, George.
With a raccoon tail yet.
Well, I might buy the old Bearcat from you. I'll give you $10 for it.
Thanks, though, but you wouldn't want it. You'd get a girl and drive out on some lonely road, and the darn thing would stop on you.
Give you $100 for it.
Bill, it hardly runs. It's got no pickup at all.
I'll provide the pickup. It'll be loaded with dames in no time.
I doubt it, Bill. Looks like a tin can.
You know something better to fill with tomatoes?
Well, okay. Come on over to the house and you can have a look at it.
Well, ring for the elevator while I grab my hat.
Okay. Here's the elevator, Bill.
Well, look who's here. Professor Korkendorfer.
Somebody spoke?
Yeah.
Can't you see us?
Of course I see you. I got eyes like a house. You are very slow waitresses.
Waitresses?
I've been here in the coffee shop 15 minutes, and no one has taken my order yet.
Why didn't they took it?
I'm so hungry, my stomach keeps going up and down.
Professor, this is the elevator. I'm Bill Goodwin, and this is my boss.
Glad to meet you, Mrs. Goodwin.
I'm George Burns. You should get glasses, Professor.
Who needs glasses? I got eyes like a hawk.
If my wife had eyes like a hawk, wouldn't be stuck with that Bearcat.
Bearcat?
Yeah. She bought a Stutz Bearcat with a raccoon tail yet.
Why, that's priceless. For that, I would pay $2,000.
$2,000?
Sure, to add to my collection.
Oh, boy. This'll turn Joe Bagley green. Professor, I could kiss you.
That'll turn him green.
Come on, let's go home and get the Bearcat.
Well, hello, Bill.
Hi, Gracie.
Oh, hello, Professor Korkendorfer.
Somebody spoke?
Gracie, I've got wonderful news.
Oh, no. Let me tell my wonderful news
But
first.
this is...
No. I got back the car priority and sold the stuffed Bearcat to the Bagleys. Now, what's your wonderful news?
We just lost $2,000.
Oh, I think my news was better.
Gracie, Professor Korkendorfer will give us $2,000 for the Bearcat. Give me that priority. I'll trade it back to Joe. Wait right here, Professor, and make yourself at home.
Yeah, I sit right here on this nice chair. Ooh, it's so soft and comfortable.
Hurry back, George. He's awfully heavy on my lap.
I've been waiting already an hour for your husband to bring the Bearcat. I can't wait no longer.
Oh, please, Professor, don't go. Bill, give him another cup of Maxwell House coffee.
Here you are, Professor. Steaming, fragrant Maxwell House. Isn't it wonderful?
Oh, sure it's wonderful, but I have had already 16 cups. I love that Maxwell House coffee, but the donuts are very tough.
Donuts? What donuts?
The ones here on the table.
Those are my napkin rings.
No wonder they didn't dunk so good.
Well, we'll make up for the donuts. Gracie, put on the coffee pot and make the professor another 16 cups of Maxwell House.
Another 16 cups I couldn't drink. Better just make me 15 cups.
All right, And while I'm doing that, you can be making out the check for $2,000.
No, maybe I better shouldn't. What if I write a check for $2,000 and he don't bring back the Bearcat?
Well, you've still gotten your money's worth, Professor. 16 cups of Maxwell House coffee are worth $2,000 of anybody's money. It's a superb blend. In Maxwell House, they put Manizales, Medellins, and Bucaramangas.
They put them there. I find them. I got eyes like a hawk.
No, you don't see them, Professor. You only taste them. And what a flavor they give us.
Oh, yeah, it's good coffee. But I come here to buy a stuffed Bearcat.
A stuffed Bearcat?
Sure. And it's got a raccoon tail yet. Somebody crossed a bear, a cat, and a raccoon. And then they stuffed it. For this weird creature, I pay $2,000.
Oh, this is terrible. Oh, I hate to have George come home.
Well, why, Gracie? If you pay $2,000 for a weird creature, have George stuff.
There's been a terrible mistake.
Well, I gave Joe the priority slip and got the bag. I had to push it 7 blocks. The darn thing died.
It just died? They stuffed it while it was alive?
Stuffed it? George, the professor only wanted a Bearcat because he thought it was a stuffed animal.
Oh, no. I've lost the priority in $2,000. Oh.
Gracie, he's fainted. Bring me some ice and spirits of ammonia.
Oh, well, that's fine. George is fainted and you want to mix us up a drink. Take care of him, Bill. I've got things to do. I got him into this mess and I'll get him out.
After a sleepless night, George received a surprise visit early the next morning from Joe Bagley.
You got a nerve coming here, Bagley.
George, old pal, I'm here to apologize. I've come to slap you on the back and bury the hatchet. Here's your new car priority, and I'm taking the Stutz.
Joe, I misjudged you. You're a real gentleman.
That's me, Gentleman Joe. So long, George.
So long, Joe. Gracie.
What is it, dear?
Bagley just gave me our priority and took back the Stutz.
Oh, I'll bet this ad in the morning paper had something to do with it.
What ad?
Oh, I'll read it to you. Movie studio will pay $3,000 for 1918 Stutz Bearcat for use in pictures.
Bagley rooked me again.
No, he didn't, George. I put that ad in the paper.
You mean you put it in so Bagley would...
Uh-huh.
Gracie, you're a genius.
Yeah, and I'm smart, too. I've already gone to the automobile agency and made a deal with them.
A deal?
Yeah. Now you'll only have to pay $1,750.
For the new car?
No, we're just getting the extras. The garbage disposal unit, the mix
I think I'll
master,
crank
the
it.
Venetian blind.
Join us again next Thursday when we'll all be back. George Burns, Gracie Allen, Bill Goodwin, Meredith Wilson and the Maxwell House Orchestra, and yours truly, Toby Reed. Good things.
The easy way.
Do you like good things the easy way? Then get instant Maxwell House coffee.
So good.
So good. True coffee flavor and fragrance because Instant Maxwell House is not a so-called coffee product. It's all pure Maxwell House coffee in instant form.
And so easy.
So easy. Instant Maxwell House means great coffee instantly in your cup. No fuss, no muss, no bother. Today, try Instant Maxwell House. Instantly good to the last drop.
Good night, George. You're a little late.
Until next Thursday, good night and good luck from the makers of Maxwell House, America's #1 preferred brand of coffee. Always good to the last drop. The George Burns and Gracie Allen Show is written by Keith Fowler and Paul Henning. And now, stay tuned in for Noah Webster Says, which follows immediately over most of these stations.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
It's time for My Favorite Husband, starring Lucille Ball.
Hello, everybody.
Yes, it's the new Gay Family series starring Lucille Ball with Richard Denning. Brought to you by the Jell-O family of desserts.
J-E-L-L. Oh, the big red letters stand for the Jell-O family. Oh, the big red letters stand for the Jell-O family. That's Jell-O.
Yum, yum, yum.
Jell-O puddings.
Yum, yum, yum.
Jell-O tapioca puddings. Yes, sirree.
And now Lucille Ball with Richard Denning as Liz and George Cooper. Two people who live together and like it. As we look in on the Coopers, it's early evening and they've just finished dinner.
You haven't made any plans for tonight, have you, Liz?
No, why?
How would you like to go for a little ride?
Go for a ride? What for? We're married.
Well, I thought you might like to go for a ride in a brand new 1950 automobile.
Brand new 90... Oh, George, you darling. You don't mean that
Yes, I do.
Oh.
The Atterburys got their new car today. And they're coming over to take us for a ride.
Oh, Keen. I thought you meant you finally broke down and bought a new car.
No chance. You know we can't afford it.
But, George, I don't see why we
now
can't...
don't start in, Liz. We have a perfectly good car. Gets us where we want to go.
Yes, but it needs fixing. The isinglass curtains are all shot. We need new wicks in the headlamps.
Never mind, Liz. We're keeping that car.
Well, all right, if you want a wife with one leg bigger than the other.
What are you talking about?
The battery's always going dead.
Well, what of it?
Well, how do you think I started? I have to open the door, put one foot on the running board, and push it like a scooter.
Now, Liz.
I got a right leg like Betty Grable and a left leg like Gorgeous George.
Now, stop it. You're just being ridiculous. Your leg is nothing like Betty Grable's. Oh, there they are. Come on, let's go out and take a look at their new car.
Yeah, I want to eat my heart out.
George boy, Liz girl, how do you like it?
Wow, what a car.
Well, Liz, what do you say?
Oh, it's beautiful, Iris. Look at all that fancy schmancy chrome. Now, that's what the front of a car should look like. That's the back.
Ooh. How do you like the color of the car, Liz?
Oh, it's absolutely gorgeous. Where'd you ever find such a lovely shade of black?
Wasn't my idea. I wanted a canary yellow convertible with leopard skin upholstery. But Rudolph is president of a bank, so we always end up with black. Feel like I'm riding in a hearse.
Lotus Bud.
It's true, Liz. One day we accidentally cut through a funeral and half the cars followed us home.
Lotus Bud. Keep that up and the cars won't be following you accidentally.
Why, Mr. Atterbury.
George, I want to show you something. Come round here to the back. I mean the front. There's a bumper that guards the guard, that guards the bumper, that guards the grill guard, that guards the grill. You don't get to the motor for 3 feet.
Iris, have you asked him yet?
No, girl. He's so happy I hate to say anything.
But look, if he agreed to teach you how to drive, if he got a new car, now what goes?
Well, you know, he promised me a fur coat instead, but I think that was a campaign promise to get my vote.
Well, let me bring up the subject. Maybe he won't want to refuse in front of George and me.
Gee, Mr. Atterbury, that really is something. Oh, Liz, you ought to see that grill. It's a honey.
Yes, dear. Oh, Iris.
Yes, Liz?
I suppose now that you've got a new car, you'll be learning how to drive.
Oh, yes. Rudolph promised he'd teach me. Didn't you, Rudolph? Rudolph, did you hear me? Are you going to teach me to drive?
Yes and no.
What do you mean, yes and no?
Yes, I heard you, and no, I'm not going to teach you to drive.
Well, I just don't think you're being fair, Mr. Atterbury. George taught me to drive 3 years ago.
Yes, and I just stopped shaking this morning.
Well, you're a big help.
Look, it's no use. My mind is made up.
But, Rudolph,
Listen,
you...
Iris, listen. In my day, I've done many things that I'm not proud of. I've attached salaries and repossessed cars and foreclosed on mortgages. But I couldn't stand to have it on my conscience that I put another woman driver on the streets.
Why, you pompous tub of lard.
Pompous?
Oh, never mind, Iris. He's not the only teacher in the world. I know a wonderful driver who'll be glad to teach you how to drive.
You do? Who is it?
Me.
Oh, no. Liz, are you out of your mind?
Certainly not. I can teach Iris. In a few weeks, you'll be driving just the way I do.
Yeah. What a frightening thought.
Don't worry, Iris. We'll show him.
Liz?
What?
I absolutely forbid you to teach Iris to drive. Is that clear? Is that clear?
Yes, George.
And Iris, I absolutely forbid you to let Liz teach you to drive. Understand?
Yes, Rudolph.
George.
Rudolph!
No!
You know, Iris, I think they mean it. Hi, Iris.
Hi, Liz.
Ready for your driving lesson?
All ready, Liz girl.
I just dropped Katie at the market. She'll meet me here later. Say, there's your car in the driveway. How come Mr. Atterbury left it home?
Well, he started to drive to the bank, and then suddenly he couldn't stand the thought of taking that beautiful, shiny new car into traffic.
Well, I'm glad he left it. Now I can teach you to drive in your own car.
Well, we won't hurt it, will we, Liz? I'd hate him to find out what we're doing.
Oh, don't be silly. We'll be doing him a favor by breaking it in.
If he ever finds out, he'll murder me.
Iris, your husband has no right to keep you from learning to drive. It's just a plot so he can have the car all the time.
Yeah.
You have a legal right to learn to drive.
Yeah.
You can qualify for a license as soon as you're past 18, and boy, do you qualify.
Yeah. Liz.
Oh, you know what I mean. Come on, let's get in your car. Well, why don't you get in?
I can't fit in that little space behind the wheel. There's not nearly enough
Oh, now don't get excited, Iris. Luckily, you have an adjustable seat. I have? No, the car.
Oh.
There, now get in.
That's better.
Uh-oh.
What's the matter?
With the seat back, your feet don't reach the pedals.
How do you like that husband of mine? He deliberately bought the wrong size car for me.
Iris, cars don't come in sizes. People do. Now, we'll just slip the seat forward a little. There.
Yeah.
Now, I'll explain the whole thing to you. Those two pedals under your feet are the clutch and the brake.
Which is which?
Well, the one on the... No, the one on the... Well, it's easier to tell when the car's moving. How? Well, it's very simple. If you step on the brake and if you don't stop, it's the clutch.
Oh, well, that sounds easy enough.
Yeah. Now we'll start the car. We turn the keys like this. See? Now the ignition's on. Step on the starter.
Okay.
What are you doing, Iris?
I'm trying to get my foot up on the dashboard.
Why?
Well, you told me to step on the starter, and that's where it is.
Oh, in my car, it's on the floor. Well, push it.
It started. It started. Hooray, I'm driving!
Hold it, girl. There's more. You have to be moving.
Oh. Well, what do I do now?
Push in the clutch.
try the pedal on the left.
Okay.
Now pull this gear thing down toward you.
All right. Here goes.
Perfect. Gee, that's even better than I do. Now, here we go. Let the clutch out very slowly and smoothly. All right.
There. How was that?
Great. In case you find something rolling around the back seat, it's my head.
Hey, look at me, Liz. Now I'm driving. How am I doing?
Well, you're going awfully crooked. Drive straight.
I am driving straight. The car's going crooked.
Well, you'd better do what I do. See that white line down the middle of the road?
Yes.
Well, get one wheel on either side. And your radiator cap right on the line, and you can go straight as a die.
Okay. Gee, this is fun.
All right, now I'll show you a wonderful invention. See that little mirror right above the windshield?
Yeah.
What do you see in it?
Oh, I see out the back window.
Oh, no, it's not adjusted right. Fix it so you can see yourself.
Okay.
There. See? That's so you can put on lipstick while you're driving and still keep one hand on the wheel.
Well, what won't they think of next?
Okay, Iris. Now I'm going to teach you to turn a corner. It's just like going straight, only you give the wheel a big jerk and go in a different direction.
Oh, is that all?
Oh, of course, you have to make a hand signal. There's a signal for turning left, turning right, and stopping.
What are they?
Well, they're all the same. You just stick your hand out the window and wave it.
But how can they tell what you're going to do?
They can't, but as soon as they see it's a woman's hand, they stop until you've done it. Now turn it this next corner.
Am I ready for it?
Well, no, but we don't have much choice. It's a dead-end street. There we are. Nice work, Iris. Home safe and sound and not a scratch. And you parked beautifully.
Oh, it was easy with you working the brake for me.
And now, my prize pupil, I've decided you are ready to solo.
Solo?
Yes. I'm going to get out, and you're going to drive around the block alone.
I can't.
Of course you can. Katie's waiting for me in my car. I'll stay here with her, and you go around the block and pull up and park in back of it.
Well, okay, if you say so. Wish me luck.
Good luck. Oh, gee, I can hardly believe she's only had one lesson. Hi, Katie.
Hello, Mrs. Cooper. I've been waiting for you.
Did you see Mrs. Atterbury? This is her first time alone. She's going to drive around the block all by herself.
Oh, do you think she can do it?
Certainly.
Oh, my goodness, there she comes now, down at the corner.
She sure got around the block fast enough.
Oh, why is she driving so close to the curb?
Don't worry. She's going to park in back of us.
Well, does she know how?
Katie, I taught her, didn't I? Would I be sitting here if I didn't think she'd stop in plenty of time? But... What's the matter with her?
Oh, she's getting out. Here she comes.
Why didn't you put your hand out?
What? We were standing still. You ran into us.
Oh, that's right.
How bad are the cars?
I'm afraid to look.
Oh, now don't cry, Iris. Here, let me take a look. Oh, they're not smashed too bad.
How will we explain this to our husbands?
Well, crying isn't going to... Our husbands. Ah! I forgot about them.
Well, maybe I'm wrong, but I think Liz could do her friend a better turn than trying to teach her to drive. Like showing her how to make swell things to eat with Jell-O. Here's an easy treat called pineapple date salad. It's really salad and dessert all in one. Just prepare fruit-rich lemon jello as directed, but use canned pineapple juice for half the water. When slightly thickened, fold in 1 cup of diced canned pineapple and 1 cup of pitted dates quartered. Unmold on crisp lettuce and watch even the men folks go for that salad. Rich, sunshiny lemon jello combined with dates and juicy pineapple. All 6 delicious jello flavors are chock full of wonderful locked-in goodness that make you think of the real ripe fruit itself. Strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, and lime. So look for the big red letters on the box. They spell Jello, and Jello spells a treat. Jello is a registered trademark of General Foods. J-E-L-L-O. And now back to Lucille Ball in My Favorite Husband. On a quiet side street in Sheridan Falls stands a monument to womanhood. 2 cars smashed together. And on the curb surveying the wreckage stands Iris Atterbury, the smasher, and Liz Cooper, the smashee.
Oh, Liz, Rudolph will kill me.
Well, my life expectancy isn't any too long either. Look at that mess. Looks like your car tried to bite my car in the trunk.
Oh, that beautiful grill.
Well, crying isn't going to help, Iris. Let's be practical. We'll try to get the cars apart. Katie, you climb up on Iris's bumper, and I'll climb up and stand on my bumper. Now we'll both jump up and down. Okay.
What's supposed to happen, Liz?
I don't know, but this is what men always do.
Look, are you sure you're not leaving out anything?
Oh, I forgot. Iris, you stand down there and swear. No use. Boy, they're really hooked.
Mrs. Cooper, I think I'll walk on home. I want to get this meat in the icebox.
All right, Katie, see you later. Come on, Iris. We'll take our cars down to Bill Fisher's beauty shop.
Beauty shop?
Oh, the beauty shop is just a front, so it'll look all right when you drive in. See, there's a secret garage in back. He specializes in ladies' fenders.
Oh. Hey, that's good to know.
Oh, he does all my work. Okay, come on, Iris. You drive with me.
Well, what about my car?
No, don't worry. It'll follow us. These cars are hooked together for good. Gee, people are staring at us. Haven't they ever seen 2 cars hooked together like this?
Does it feel funny driving?
Sort of. It's like having a trailer in back. We haven't got far to go, though. Just down this hill and up the next one.
Hey, Liz, you better pull over. I think someone's trying to pass you.
Oh, yeah? Well, why didn't he honk his horn? Fine thing. Okay, go ahead and pass.
Here he comes. Look, it's a car just like our new one.
Oh, yeah. Hey, that one's been in an accident, too.
Yeah.
Well, I hope it's a man driving. That'll prove that they crack up new cars, too. Is it, Iris?
I can't quite see. No, it's not a man.
Oh, darn, it would be a woman.
It's not a woman either.
What?
It's nobody.
Nobody?
There's no one at the wheel. That's my car passing us, Liz.
Oh, don't be silly. Your car is hooked in back. I can see it through the... Oh! There's nothing back there.
Oh, what'll we do? Look at it go down the hill.
It's sure going straight. You drive much better when you're not in the car.
Oh, Liz, what are we going to do?
Well, what can we do? I'll just follow it up this hill and see what... It's slowing down.
It won't make the top of the hill.
Yes, it will. No, it won't.
It stopped.
It's backing up. It's coming right toward us.
Liz, do something.
You do something. It's your car.
Are you crazy? I can't even stop it when I'm in it.
All right, hang on, Iris. If I turn the wheel, we can get out of the way before... Oh, no. Oh, no, 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 no.
This time your car smashed in front, and mine smashed in back. How can we ever explain this?
We can't. So we're not even going to try.
What do you mean?
Look, Iris, even if we told the truth, no one would believe us, so there's only one thing to do.
What?
As far as we're concerned, we didn't even see our cars today.
What?
They were stolen this morning, get it? We have no idea where our cars are or what happened to them.
What cars?
That's the spirit,
George, boy, did you get Liz to talk last night?
Not a word. She just keeps claiming she knows nothing about it.
Did you bring her with you?
Yes, she's waiting outside. Well, why do you want her here?
I have an idea. Meet Mr. Rogers. He's the adjuster for the insurance company.
How do you do?
How do you do?
You couldn't get your wife to talk either, eh, Atterbury?
No. I sat her in a kitchen chair and turned the bridge lamp in her face. But she kept screaming, I didn't do it! I didn't do it! I would have gone further, but I hated to cut up a perfectly good garden hose.
You know, I'm beginning to think that maybe they didn't do it.
Nonsense. That accident had a woman's touch.
I even told Iris that Liz had confessed, but she didn't fall for it. That's why I asked you to bring Liz down.
Oh, I get it. We'll tell Liz that Iris ratted on her, and then she'll squeal.
Right.
What do you think it'll work?
What's good enough for Humphrey Bogart is good enough for me. Now, wait till I get to the phone. All right, bring her in.
Okay. Oh, Liz, come in here a minute, will you?
George, will you please tell me why I had to come all the way down?
Mr. Atterbury's on the phone.
Oh.
I see, Iris. Yes, Iris. So that's the way the cars got wrecked, eh?
What?
Liz, you're eavesdropping.
Oh, keep quiet.
Yes, dear, yes, I agree with you. It was all Liz's fault.
Why, that dirty stool pigeon.
Shh, Liz.
Thank you for being so honest, Iris. I absolve you of all blame. Goodbye, Lotus Bud. Well, I don't blame Liz for not telling us what happened, George. But good old Iris did.
Good old Iris is going to get her good old eyes scratched out. I heard you say it was my fault. Is that what she told you?
Yes, wasn't it?
It most certainly was not. I'll tell you what really happened.
Good. Meet Mr. Rogers from the insurance company.
How do you do?
How do you do? If you can take this down, it's going to be good.
Go ahead.
Well, Iris was riding with me, and we were going down 4th Street. You know where the hill is?
Yes.
When all of a sudden, her car started to pass us.
But you said Mrs. Atterbury was with you. Who was driving her car?
Nobody.
Liz, now stop stalling.
I'm not. Her car passed us, went up the hill, and back down the hill right into my car.
All by its little self?
All by its little self.
Well, that could explain how her taillights got embedded in your radiator. Now all we have to find out is how your taillights got into her radiator.
It's very simple. You see, when I started to teach Iris to drive...
Oh, no.
Don't worry, I gave her a 2-hour lesson before I let her solo.
You what?
Oh, no. Solo? Iris? Alone in my beautiful new car? I may be sick.
Now, go on, Liz.
Well, Iris went around the block fine, but when she tried to park, she plowed into me clear up to her grill.
Oh, it's all right, Mr. Atterbury. It's all over now.
I know. She tells it so vividly. I can almost feel my chrome crumpling.
Go on, Mrs. Cooper. I can hardly wait to hear the rest of it.
Well, there isn't much more to tell. The bumpers on the cars were locked together, so we both got in my car and headed down the hill for the repair shop, and that's where her car broke loose and passed me.
Liz, don't say a word. Iris Atterbury, I want to talk to you. I called home, and Katie said you were down here. I'm not too late, am I, girl? What do you mean? Rudolph tried to trick me into telling everything by saying you'd squealed, but I didn't fall for it. You didn't? No. You haven't said anything, have you? Well, you see... Oh, I did, Iris. I'm a fool. I told them the truth. The truth? Oh, you didn't.
You're darn right she didn't. She fed us the most fantastic story you ever heard.
I did? Oh, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, you should have heard it, Iris. This is a real whopper.
Well, that's the first honest thing you've said today.
Yeah.
All right, now come on, Liz. Now come on and give us the real story. And see that you make it better than the other one.
Better than the... Well, that's a pretty tough order, but I'll try. You see, when I pulled up in front of Iris's house, I ran over something. And when I got out to look, I saw that it was the big toe of a tremendous giant.
A giant?
Yes. He was 80 feet tall and had a purple beard and 3 eyes in the middle of his forehead. He got mad when I said, "Hi, Shorty," and he picked up both our cars and started banging them together. First, he banged the front of my car against the back of Iris's. Then he banged the back of my car against the front of Bob Lamont!
Yes, Lucille, whither away tonight?
Tonight, Robert, we visit Africa. Africa, the mysterious. You are an explorer, and I am your number one girl boy. Some deepest, darkest music, Wilbur.
Number one boy! Number one boy!
Yes, Ma'am Sahib.
The natives are restless tonight. Those drums, they drive me crazy. Don't they bother you?
No, I laugh at them. Those are cannibal drums, Ma'am Sahib. They are like jungle telephones.
Well, what are they saying?
They are saying... Boom, 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 boom.
Well, that much I can hear.
The message. Jell-O comes in 6 delicious flavors: strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, and lime. It makes you think of the real ripe fruit itself, because...
Hey, why did they stop?
They went to get change. They have to deposit 5 coconuts for next 3 minutes. By a special process, so it can't get out till your first delectable spoonful. Look for the big red letters on the box pay. They spell Jell-O, and Jell-O spells the treat, hey.
Now what?
Cannibals sing dinner music. Listen.
Oh, tonight we'll have for dinner a great big family. Oh, tonight we'll have for dinner a great big family. Explorer, yum, yum, yum. Missionary, yum, yum, yum. And a red-haired number one boy, yes, sirree.
Yikes, that's me. Good night, Ma'am Sahib.
You have been listening to My Favorite Husband, starring Lucille Ball with Richard Denning, and based on characters created by Isabel Scott Rorick. Be sure to listen to Lucille Ball and My Favorite Husband again next week, presented by Jell-O. Bob Lamont speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Johnson Wax Program with Fibber, McGee, and Molly. The makers of Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat present Marion and Jim Jordan as Fibber, McGee, and Molly with Donald Novis, Bill Thompson, the Paul Taylor Choristers, and Billy Mills Orchestra. The show opens with Who? Has it ever occurred to you that when you're in the kitchen, most of the time you're on your feet? That's one of the reasons why the kitchen floor is often a problem floor. It gets more than average wear. And besides, you just can't help spilling things now and then. Millions of women have discovered the easy way to solve the problem of their kitchen floors with Johnson's self-polishing Glow Coat. When you apply Glow Coat to a linoleum floor, you do two things. Number one, you protect the surface of the linoleum, keep its colors bright and fresh, and make it wear indefinitely. Number two, you save work, because it's so easy to keep a glow-coated floor clean and spotless. Spilled things are quickly wiped up with a damp cloth. And, of course, there's no rubbing or buffing with Glow Coat. Nothing could be easier than using this famous floor polish. You simply put it on your floor, and in 20 minutes, the floor has gleaming, sparkling beauty. That's why Glow Coat is called self-polishing. It actually does the work itself. You can use Glow Coat on your painted and varnished wood floors, too. Get some from your dealer tomorrow. You might know is the week of Wistful Vista's annual auto show. And you might know there are thousands of people attending. And two of them you might know, Fibber, McGee, and Molly.
Count. Dumbbell. Sap.
Who?
Us.
Why?
55 cents. 55 cents to see a bunch of new cars that next month we could see free at any stoplight. Anyway, we don't want a new car, Molly.
Well, maybe you don't, but I do, dearie.
What for? What have these new cars got that our car hasn't got?
It's what these new cars haven't got that appeals to me.
What's that there?
Running boards.
Oh, yeah? Well, personally, I like running boards. Otherwise, when you go camping, where are you going to carry the beer?
Well, now, just the same, I get a kick out of auto show.
Not me. As far as I'm concerned, an auto show is just a preview of a used car lot.
Ah, there. Good evening, folks. Could I show you some of the special features of the 1940 Hootenanny 8?
Oh, it's Mr. Gildersleeve.
Hi, Gildersleeve. You handling the Hootenanny 8 in Wistful Vista?
Yes, I am, and a wonderful car it is, too. Headlights built in the fenders built in the car built in Detroit built in 1701. What a glorious tradition.
Yes, isn't it so?
Oh, I don't know, Gildersleeve. Frankly, I don't like the modern trend in automobile design.
Oh, you don't?
Why not, McGee?
Well, all I can think of is make them wider and lower every year. Why, shucks, by 1943, we'll have to drive cars laying on our stomachs like a kid on a sled.
Well, you'll have to admit, McGee, we've made some radical changes this year.
Such as what, Mr. Gildersleeve?
The radio aerial, for one thing. Last year, you'll remember, we had a radio aerial that looked like a buggy whip.
Yes?
Well, this year, we've installed a buggy whip that looks like a radio aerial. Yes, that's the Hootenanny 8, folks, always the pioneer.
Oh, yeah.
Why, this year we have sealed beam headlights, sealed-in transmission, sealed-in lubrication.
Who's that sitting in the back seat tapping on the window?
That's another new feature this year, a sealed-in hitchhiker.
Well, it's a beautiful car, Mr. Gildersleeve. I particularly like the idea of no running boards. How much does it sell for?
Well, let me see. This car is $850 FOB.
$850, eh? Say, that ain't bad. What would that be delivered, Gildersleeve?
Let me figure a moment, McGee. $850 list. Drive-away charge, 10% of the federal tax, state tax, fire and theft insurance, 90-day guarantee. The carrying charge equal to 5% of the 18-month note. 6.5, carry the 2, drop the 2, import, export, special surtax. Oh, yes. With the various carrying charges and taxes, McGee, it comes to just about $14,500.
My.
Only $14,500, eh? I suppose that includes a full tank of gas.
Oh, yes. Very good.
Or was it?
Or was it?
Well, as long as we're next-door neighbors, Gildersleeve, I don't know why I shouldn't give you the business.
Oh, wonderful. Are you going to buy it, McGee?
Well, I'm going to think it over.
Certainly. Here, you take some literature and look it over, McGee.
Fine.
Oh, incidentally, may I call your attention to the streamlining, McGee? This year, we've even eliminated the door handle.
Oh, say you have, haven't you?
Well.
How do you open the doors?
Open the doors? Well, you just, for goodness sake, I wonder how you do open the doors. Well, excuse me while I call up the sales manager and find out.
Come on, Molly. $14,500 is too rich for my blood. I want to go sit in a dump truck for a few minutes.
Well, now, I think it was mean of you to let Mr. Gildersleeve think you were going to buy it.
Huh? I told him as our next-door neighbor he ought to get the business, and that's what I was doing.
What?
Giving him the business.
Well, it's a beautiful car. And look at this color chart.
Huh?
You can get a Hootenanny 8 in Gillette green, burnt toast brown, taxi cab yellow, spank baby red, and parlor pink.
Well, you can, eh?
Yes.
See, when I first started buying cars back about 1909, all you could get them in was black.
Yes, that's right.
Remember that first car I owned, Molly?
Let me see now. Was that the Stoddard Dayton or the Chalmers?
That was the Winton. Or was it the Brush? No, I think that was the Stanley steamer.
It was the Stanley steamer, McGee.
Yeah.
And what a wonderful car for picnics.
Yeah.
Remember how we used to cook the sauerkraut and weenies on the radiator? Those were the days.
Yeah, I don't know. They weren't so hot. It was kind of tough on the farmers in them days.
Why on the farmers?
Well, they kept them busy all day pulling automobiles out of mud holes and all night hauling fresh water for the mud holes.
Well, hello there, Johnny. Hello, daughter. How do you like the auto show?
Oh, it's very interesting, Mr. Oldtimer. The cars are certainly beautiful this year.
Hey!
They're much better designed, too. Now, take visibility, for instance. Why, you can sit in some of these cars and see 2 years' payments ahead.
That's pretty good, Johnny, but that ain't the way I heard it. The way I heard it, one feller says to t'other feller, says, want to buy some tickets for the Fibber, McGee, and Molly? What you mean, buy 'em, says t'other feller. I didn't know their program was that good. It ain't, says the first feller. Such a turkey, they're going to raffle it off for Thanksgiving. Well, so long, kid. I got to see if I can trade in my car for a garbage truck.
A garbage truck?
Yep. This year I'm going to give them road hogs something to get their teeth into. So long, kid.
kind of auto show anyhow. We ain't going to buy a car anyway.
Well, now, I wouldn't be too sure, dearie. We might.
But why? Shucks, we only got 300,000 miles on our car. Just nicely broke in. Runs like a top.
Yeah, and looks just as busy.
Besides, I just put new wicks in the headlamp. Why, that car has had the most loving care. Why, I treated it like a baby.
I know you have, dearie.
Yeah.
And it's just crying to be changed. Frankly, McGee, I'm ashamed to ride in that old jalopy. Why, the seats are so high, I feel like I was riding on a Ferris wheel. The neighbors think...
Step right over here, folks. The latest thing in accessories. Windshield wipers, rear view mirrors, gear shift knobs, piston rings, spark plugs, hubcaps, and Thousand Island dressing.
Hey, Bud, what kind of a car do you use the Thousand Island dressing on?
On your garden truck. Wow!
Hey, if he's selling accessories, maybe he'd be interested in my invention, Mom.
What invention, dearie?
That radiator ornament I designed. Hey, Bud, would you be interested in buying an interest in a new kind of a radiator ornament?
What kind of a radiator ornament?
Well, it's a little electric pixie sitting on the radiator cap.
Oh, what does it do, McGee?
Well, when you go to park, there's a little wire in the fender that touches the curb when you get too close, which makes an electrical contact, and the little pixie on the radiator turns around and shakes his head at you. You interested, Bud?
No, I'm sorry.
Oh. Come on, Molly.
Say, have you noticed, dearie, how much roomier this year's cars are?
Yeah, I guess they are.
Much roomier.
Mm-hmm.
Now, that car over there will hold 3 people in the front seat very comfortably.
That'd be a good car for us. I can just see the 3 of us riding around town, real chummy-like.
What do you mean, the 3 of us?
Oh, me and you and the man from the finance company. Hey, Molly, here's the refreshment counter. Let's get a soda or something.
Okay, dearie.
Hey, sis, how about a little service?
Oh, certainly. We're having a special tonight. Oh, how do you do, Mrs. McGee? And Mr. McGee. Oh, how do you do, Mrs. Uppington?
Hi, Uppy.
Heavens, dear. What on earth are you doing working at a soda fountain?
Oh, now, isn't it silly? Well, you see, the various members of our club take turns working here during the awful show.
Oh.
All the profits go to charity. We are raising funds to commemorate.
Commemorate what, Mrs. Uppington?
We haven't decided yet. But we're taking a vote at the next meeting. Now, what could we serve you?
Well, I think I'd have a chocolate soda, Mrs. Uppington, with chocolate ice cream.
Certainly, my dear. A dark victory. Make it a double feature. And you, Mr. McGee?
Oh, give me a ham sandwich and a glass of water, Uppy.
Very well. Hollywood cavalcade and the rain scheme.
Well, this is the last place I expected to see you, Mrs. Uppington. Peeling him off the arm in a heartburn hut.
Oh, but my dear, it is such fun, really. Did you ever do this, Mr. McGee?
Do what, Uppy?
Did you ever work as a soda squirt?
You're catching on too fast, Uppy.
Oh, thank you so much, Miss McGee. One must learn the tricks of the trade, you know. Oh, how is your sandwich, Miss McGee?
Oh, not bad, but this slice of ham had a picture of John Adams on it and some glue on the back. You could use it for a 2-cent stamp. How much do I owe you, Uppy?
65 cents.
Okay.
Thank you. And if you're through, Mr. McGee, there's a gentleman waiting for your plate.
Huh? Oh, excuse me, Bud.
Oh, that's all right. Hey, sister, give me a glass of milk and a plate of shrimp.
Certainly, sir. Snow White and the Seventh Ward. Well, I'm sorry I'm so busy, Mr. and Mrs. McGee. Do drop by later. Well, goodbye.
You can't tell me that's the first time Uppy ever slung hash.
I'll bet it isn't either.
No, sir.
You know, I always wondered why she had a picture of Fred Harvey on the piano.
Well, let's go home, Molly.
Oh, not yet, McGee. I want to see the rest of the car. Now, look at that nice little coupe over there. Isn't that sweet? And see? No running board.
Oh, gee whiz, Molly, no running. Now, look, Molly, that car of ours is perfectly
all right. Get your membership blanks here. Yes, madam, just sign on the bottom line. Certainly, sir. Here's some extra blanks for your friends. Oh, hello there, Fibber. Hello, Molly.
Hi, hello.
What are the memberships for, Mr. Wilcox?
For the Wistful Vista Careful Drivers Club. Here, make out a couple blanks.
Okay, Harlow. We'll see. Hey, what is this? We hereby certify that we are regular users of Johnson's Car New. I thought this was a safety club.
Well, it is.
It's got a taint of commercialism, hasn't it?
No taint. No, sir. Here's how it works. Just apply Johnson's Car New over the surface of your car, let it dry to a white powder, and wipe it off with a soft cloth. That's all. It cleans and polishes in one easy operation. Why, do you know if
Now,
everybody...
wait a minute, Harlow. This tie-up with safe driving sounds a little phony to me.
What are you talking about?
Why,
It's a perfectly sensible connection, just as Molly said. Safe driving begins with the care of your car, doesn't it?
Well, I said...
Yes, it does. So I suppose you'll say, what's the looks of a car got to do with careful driving, good brakes, and good lights, eh?
Well, naturally...
Well, it's got everything to do with it.
Okay, Bud.
You're not going to be fussy in one department and slipshod in another, are you?
I didn't say I...
Why, certainly not.
Me too.
We don't say Johnson's Car New will take dents out of your fenders, but a guy who takes pride in his car probably takes pride in his driving. Well, it's sure nice to have seen you folks. All right, everybody, get your membership blank right there.
I never thought of tying up the safe driving angle with waxing the car, did you, dearie?
No, but as the guy says when he seen the measles sign on the door, I guess they got something there. After this, I'll be... Oh, I'm sorry, little girl.
Gee, why don't you look where you're going, I bet you.
All right, I apologize, didn't I? I says I was sorry, didn't I?
About what?
Bumping into you.
Oh, that's okay, mister. It didn't hurt.
Then what are you howling about?
Well, gee,
I says, what are you howling? Oh, forget it, sis.
Okay, I'll try. You gonna buy a car, mister? Are you,
Oh, I don't know, sis. Why, are you selling them?
Yes.
Go on. I don't believe it.
Why?
Well, you're too little, that's why.
Oh, no, I'm not.
Oh, yes, you are.
Oh, no, I'm not.
Oh, yes, you are.
Oh, yes, I guess I am. But my daddy sells them, I bet you.
Oh, stooging for the old man, eh? Listen, sis, what kind of cars does your old man, or does your father sell?
Trucks.
Oh, he does, eh? Well, you're the youngest car salesman I ever saw. You do any demonstrating? I says, can you drive?
See, I don't know. I never tried.
Just as well, I guess. You're too young to know the rules of the road.
Oh, no, I'm not.
Oh, yes, you are.
Oh, no. Oh, gee, let's not do that anymore. Anyway, I bet you I do know the rules, I bet you. My daddy told me what they were.
Well, good for him. Did he tell you all about slowing down for curves, staying on your own side, and giving the proper signals and all stuff like that there?
No.
Huh? He didn't? Well, what did he tell you?
He said, always take your share of the road.
What?
Drive fast when it rains so you get home quick. Never let the other guy know what you're going to do. Don't be afraid to go through a red light, and never give a sucker an even break.
What? He did?
He surely did.
Why, that's a terrible thing to tell you. That guy needs a good bawling out, and I'm just the guy to do it. Where is your old man?
Why?
I want to talk to him.
You can't. Nobody can.
Why not?
He's in the hospital with both legs busted and all his teeth knocked out. Oh, excuse me now, mister. I got my eye on a prospect.
Sound of Nova sings Good Night, My Love, assisted by the Paul Taylor Choruses and Billy Mills Orchestra.
Good night, my love. The tired old moon is descending. Good night, my love. My moment with you now is ending. It was so heavenly holding you close to me. It will be heavenly to hold you.
was a beautiful auto show, dearie. What do you say we walk home, McGee? It's a wonderful night.
What do you mean, walk home? Our car's right here in this parking lot.
I know, but after seeing all those streamlined automobiles with no running boards and all, I don't think I could stand to ride in it.
Oh, no running. That's the trouble with you women, Molly. You're too easily impressed. Things ain't better just because they're different, you know.
All right, McGee, but you're going to have a terrible time talking me into being happy with our old puddle jumper.
Nah, you wait, Molly. Give me a couple of hours with that car, and I'll dilly it up just as fancy as any of these new friends.
Oh, there. Good evening, Trout Face. And good evening to you, my dear.
Oh, how do you do, Mr. Boomer?
Hi, Boomer. What do you want?
Saw your car in the parking lot here and thought you might give me a lift home.
Why, certainly, Mr. Boomer. Where are you living now?
Well, as a matter of fact, my dear, if you have a lap robe, I'm living in the back of your car. Of course, I'll have to make other arrangements first thing in the morning.
Now, wait a minute, Boomer. I don't mind giving you a lift, but if you think we're running a rumble seat boarding house, you're...
Calm yourself, shortbread. Calm yourself. I'll be glad to explain.
You don't have to explain. You got thrown out of your hotel again, didn't you?
How dare you? Of course I did.
Now, stop arguing, McGee. We can give Mr. Boomer a lift.
Thank you, my dear. Thank you. And as a slight return for your kindness, I want you to accept this lovely silver trinket.
Oh, Mr. Boomer, you don't have to do that now.
Well, let's see it, Boomer.
Certainly, certainly. I have it right here somewhere. Now, where did I put that trinket? Trinket, trinket, trinket.
Well, I know what happens here, Molly. So while Boomer's discovering that he ain't got a trinket, I'll have the boy bring our car out. Hey, Bud, it's the black one in the second row. The one with the adhesive tape on the windshield.
Suspicious little tadpole, isn't he? Yes, indeed. Now, let me see. Where do I put that trinket?
Oh, never mind it, Mr. Boomer. I don't...
Oh, I insist, my dear. I insist. I have it right here somewhere. Trinket, trinket, trinket. Here's a racing form sent to me by the Bookie of the Month Club. Dozen photographs of bank presidents. Had them hanging in my room all summer. Made a very effective cooling system. Instead of false teeth, I'm pawning for a destitute friend. Poor fellow. Ah, well, beggars can't be chewers. A letter from an old girlfriend. Illiterate little baggage. Refers to me as a friend in human form. She can't even spell friend. Ah, yes, and here's a life mask of my brother Edwin. Hideous little fellow, isn't he? And a check for a short beer. Well, well, imagine that. No trinket. Wonder what I could have done.
Dear, heavenly days. Look what that parking lot attendant did to our car. Come on, Mr. Boomer.
Gee, I'm sorry, Mr. McGee. I thought I had plenty of room to get through here.
Why, shucks, Bud, that's all right. In fact, that's wonderful. Here, shake hands.
Huh?
Here's a quarter for parking the car and $5 for yourself.
McGee, what on earth is the matter with you?
Huh?
Are you paying a man $5 for wrecking your car?
You stay out of this, Boomer. Hey, Molly, I told you I'd bring this car up to date.
What are you talking about?
Why, look, no running board.
Fibber and Molly will be back in just a moment. Remember the old proverb, an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure? It's a very old proverb, but it's very wise. And it has a direct application at this time of year to your floors. In fact, I might restate this proverb as follows. A coat of wax will give your floors protection against the dirt and slush of winter weather. There's no time when your hardwood floors need the protection of Johnson's Wax more than during the days of rain and snow. When floors are wax protected, dirt and dampness are quickly wiped up, leaving the floors beautiful and completely untouched. And of course, the time to Johnson Wax those floors is right now. Genuine Johnson's Wax does require polishing, but once on, it lasts a very long time, and it not only saves you work throughout the year, but gives you more beautiful floors than you can obtain in any other way. You may buy Johnson's Wax in either the paste or liquid form. Notice on the package the 100 extra uses for this famous wax polish. It will pay you to try these extra uses for Johnson's Wax in your home.
next week, folks, for the further adventures of Fibber, McGee, and Molly. That tender and gripping story of two people who, side by side, are struggling bravely against the forces of social unrest.
What is the secret of Horatio K. Boomer's perpetual inventory of nefarious souvenirs?
What sinister motives lie beneath the smooth Johnson waxed surface of Harlow Wilcox?
What stark tragedy has brought Mrs. Uppington, the blue-blooded soda jerk, to the verge of social ostracism?
Is it entirely coincidence that little I Betcha seems to deliberately exasperate our hero?
Will the old-timer ever hear a story the same way McGee heard it?
Why does Gildersleeve... Ah, but wait. Wouldn't you like to know the answers to these? And many other fascinating questions which for 5 years have kept America's radio public looking over its shoulder on dark nights. Wouldn't you know?
And wouldn't we?
I'll say so.
KBS
Good night.
4043.
This is Harlow Wilcox, speaking for the makers of Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat, Racine, Wisconsin, inviting you all to be with us again next Tuesday night at this same time. Good night.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.